When my son called me a charity case at Thanksgiving dinner, I smiled through tears and revealed my lottery win. 3 days later, I found cameras hidden in my home. That's when I realized family could be the most elegant prison, and I was just beginning to plan my escape. If you're watching this, subscribe now, and tell me if you've ever discovered someone wasn't who they claimed to be. Trust me, what happens next will make your jaw hit the floor. The gravy was still warm when my life changed forever. I'd spent 3 days preparing for Thanksgiving, kneading dough for rolls until my arthritic hands ached, polishing the silver that had been in our family for generations, and setting the table with the careful precision my late husband Richard had always appreciated. Each place setting was a silent tribute to him, to the family we'd built together, to the legacy I thought we'd created. My son Michael had insisted on hosting at his sprawling colonial mansion in Greenwich, with its manicured lawn and imported marble countertops. I'd agreed, partly because I couldn't afford to host anymore, not since Richard died and medical bills ate through our savings, and partly because I cherished any opportunity to see my grandchildren. Michael and his wife Victoria made it abundantly clear that my visits were to be scheduled, brief, and preferably when they were entertaining so I could help in the kitchen. "Mom, can you check on the turkey?" Michael called from the living room where he was entertaining his in-laws with stories of his latest business acquisition. I could hear the tinkle of ice in crystal tumblers, the practiced laughter of the wealthy. I was forbidden from those conversations, too out of touch to understand the complexities of hedge funds and offshore accounts. "Of course, sweetheart," I replied, pushing myself up from the kitchen stool where I'd been relegated to peeling potatoes. At 67, I wasn't ancient, but years of working double shifts as a nurse had left my body with a map of aches. Michael never asked about those years. The years I'd spent putting him through the prestigious schools that had launched his career. The nights I'd gone hungry, so he could have new shoes for college interviews. The kitchen was a showroom. Victoria had designed it for appearances rather than practicality. The copper pots hanging above the island had never touched heat. The French knife set was for display. Only the housekeeper and I ever cooked here. Victoria claimed kitchens gave her migraines. As I basted the turkey, a 20-pound organic bird that cost more than my monthly grocery budget, Victoria swept in, her silk blouse unwrinkled, her diamond earrings catching the light. "Eleanor," she said, my name always sounding like an inconvenience in her mouth. "We've set you between the children." Michael thought it would be best. Translation: I wasn't fit for adult conversation. At the children's end of the table, my opinions wouldn't disrupt the important discussions about summer homes and stock portfolios. "That's lovely," I said, forcing warmth into my voice. "I treasure time with my grandkids." Victoria's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Yes, well, just try not to fill them with sugar this time. Madeline was wired for days after your last visit. And please don't mention those common fairy tales. We're raising our children with educational content only." The common fairy tales she referred to were the same ones I'd read to Michael when he was small, the stories that had made his eyes wide with wonder, that had prompted him to ask questions about courage and kindness. Now they were deemed too low-class for his children. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Of course." "And Eleanor," Victoria added, examining her manicure, "we've been meaning to talk to you about your apartment." My apartment, a modest one-bedroom in a building that had seen better days. But it was mine. Or so I thought. "What about it?" I asked, a flicker of unease igniting in my chest. "Well, it's just not sensible for someone your age to be living alone. All those stairs, that neighborhood. Michael and I have been looking into some lovely communities. For seniors." She said the last word as if it were a diagnosis. Much more appropriate. Before I could respond, the dinner bell rang, an actual silver bell that Victoria insisted on using for formal occasions. I carried the turkey to the dining room, my hands trembling slightly, not from the weight of the bird but from the weight of Victoria's words. The table was a picture from a magazine, candles flickering, crystal gleaming, faces flushed with expensive wine. I took my seat between 7-year-old Madeline and 4-year-old James, both already absorbed in tablets despite the occasion. "Grandma," Madeline whispered, her eyes never leaving her screen, Mommy says you're poor. Is that why your sweater has a hole? My hand instinctively went to my sleeve, a tiny pull in the wool I'd thought unnoticeable. Heat crept up my neck. I darned it carefully, but evidently not carefully enough. I'm not poor, sweetheart, I said softly.
I'm comfortable.
This was a lie. Since Richard's death, I'd been surviving on Social Security and the small allowance Michael provided, $2,000 a month that barely covered my rent and medications. I'd been too proud to ask for more, and Michael had been too oblivious, or perhaps too indifferent, to offer. The dinner proceeded with the usual rhythm of these gatherings. Michael dominated the conversation, Victoria critiqued the food I'd helped prepare, and the grandchildren were largely ignored except when instructed to display some talent for the adults' amusement. I smiled and nodded at appropriate intervals, a prop in their performance of family harmony. Then came the moment that would change everything. Michael stood, glass raised, his custom-tailored suit without a wrinkle, his smile practiced and perfect. I'd like to propose a toast, he announced. To family, to prosperity, and to gratitude for all we have. Murmurs of agreement rippled around the table. Victoria beamed up at him, her hand possessively on his arm. And, Michael continued, his gaze landing on me with what I initially mistook for affection, to my mother, who taught me the value of independence. A strange silence fell. Something in his tone made my skin prickle. He walked around the table, stopping behind my chair, placing his hands on my shoulders in a gesture that felt more restraining than comforting. Then, leaning down, his lips close to my ear but his voice pitched for the entire table to hear, he said, "Enjoying the $2,000 a month, Mom?" The room erupted in uncomfortable laughter. Victoria's was the loudest, a sharp sound like breaking glass. In that moment, I understood completely. I wasn't a mother being honored. I was the punchline to a joke about charity cases, the aging parent kept afloat by the generosity of her successful son. The hole in my sweater burned like a brand. My dependence was being served up for entertainment, right alongside the pumpkin pie. But what Michael didn't know, what none of them knew, was that 3 days earlier, I had been standing in my small kitchen, hands shaking, staring at 6 numbers that had changed my life. 6 numbers that matched the ones drawn in the state lottery. $5 million. Not a fortune by Michael's standards, perhaps, but enough to transform my world. Enough to free me from his demeaning allowance. Enough to reclaim my dignity. I had kept the news to myself, planning to consult with a financial advisor before telling anyone. But as I sat there, my son's mockery hanging in the air, something inside me, something that had been bending for years, finally snapped. I rose slowly, dislodging Michael's hands from my shoulders. The conversation died as I stood, all eyes turning to me. "Thank you for that reminder, Michael," I said, my voice steadier than I'd expected. It's true that $2,000 a month has been keeping a roof over my head. The same roof that shelters the boxes of your childhood memorabilia that you refuse to take, the photo albums I've kept of every achievement you ever had, and the medical textbooks I used when I was working double shifts to pay for your education. His smile faltered. Victoria's eyes narrowed. "But I have some news that might adjust our financial discussions going forward," I continued, reaching for my water glass. "I just won $5 million in the lottery." The silence that followed was absolute. Victoria, who had been taking a sip of wine, choked, the red liquid splattering onto her immaculate white blouse. Michael's face drained of color. "Mom," he finally managed, his voice strangled. That's incredible. Why didn't you tell me immediately?" The unspoken truth hung between us. "Because you would have tried to control it." "I was waiting for the right moment," I replied calmly. Thanksgiving seemed appropriate. After all, I have so much to be thankful for now. What followed was chaos wrapped in social niceties. Michael's in-laws suddenly found me fascinating, peppering me with questions about my plans for the money. Victoria disappeared to change her blouse, returning with a smile so forced it must have hurt her face. And Michael, my son, my only child, watched me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Calculation? Concern? Or perhaps just the dawning realization that the power dynamic between us had irrevocably shifted. As dinner concluded, the adults moved to the living room for coffee, and this time, I was expressly invited. I sat in a wingback chair near the fireplace, accepting a cup of coffee from the housekeeper whom Victoria usually shielded me from interacting with. Apparently, I was now worthy of being served. "Mom," Michael said, sitting across from me, leaning forward with an intensity that reminded me of when he was a child asking for a toy he couldn't have. "We should talk about this windfall. There are tax implications, investment strategies to consider. You'll need guidance." Translation: "You'll need my guidance." "I've already made an appointment with a financial advisor," I replied. "And I've contacted a lawyer about setting up trusts for the grandchildren's education." Victoria, who had been pretending to listen to her mother's story about a disastrous country club luncheon, swiveled her head toward me so quickly I feared for her neck. "Trusts," she echoed. "You're setting up trusts?" "Yes," I said, sipping my coffee. "For Madeline and James. For college and perhaps graduate school, if they're interested. I never want them to worry about education the way I worried about providing it for Michael." The implication was clear. I had struggled to give Michael everything, and now he doled out an allowance to me as if it were charity rather than the least he could do. Victoria's sister Penelope, who had always been slightly kinder to me than the rest of them, unsuccessfully tried to suppress a smile. "That's incredibly generous, Eleanor. The children are lucky to have you thinking of their future." "Speaking of the future," Victoria interjected, her voice honeyed but her eyes cold, "Michael and I were just telling you about those wonderful senior communities. With this money, you could afford someplace really luxurious. Wouldn't that be lovely? No more worrying about maintenance or cooking for yourself. No more independence," she meant. "No more decisions made without their input." "Actually," I said, setting down my cup with a soft clink, "I've been thinking about traveling. Richard and I always dreamed of seeing Europe. And after that, well, who knows? Maybe I'll buy a little house by the ocean." The room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. "But Mom," Michael said, his businessman smile firmly in place, "you've never managed large sums of money before. Wouldn't it make sense to let me help you? I do this for a living." "You manage other people's money for a living," I corrected gently. "But this is my money, and I think after 67 years of life, including 30 years of budgeting for our family on a nurse's salary, I can learn to manage my own windfall." The evening couldn't end quickly enough after that. As I prepared to leave, Victoria cornered me in the foyer, her voice low and urgent. "Eleanor, you need to be practical. $5 million sounds like a lot, but it can disappear quickly with poor management. Michael is just trying to protect you." I buttoned my coat, the same old coat I'd worn for the past decade, and looked at her directly. "Protection isn't what Michael's offering, Victoria. It's control. There's a difference." Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. "I don't know what's gotten into you, but this attitude isn't helpful. We're family. We want what's best for you." "What's best for me," I replied, "is to make my own choices again. But I appreciate your concern." I left them standing in their grand foyer, surrounded by their expensive possessions, suddenly aware that their version of family came with strings they could no longer pull. The next morning, my phone began ringing at 7. Michael, then Victoria, then Michael again. I let it go to voicemail. Their messages grew increasingly concerned, then frustrated, then tinged with panic as the day wore on. "Mom, call me back. We need to discuss this sensibly. Eleanor, Michael is worried sick. This behavior is childish. Mom, I've made an appointment with my financial team for tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 9. I listened to each message, then deleted it. Instead of returning their calls, I met with the financial advisor I had already scheduled, a woman recommended by my friend Sarah, who had managed her own modest inheritance with impressive results. Together, we formulated a plan: investment portfolios, the trusts for my grandchildren, a retirement account that would ensure I never needed to ask for money again, and yes, a travel fund for the European adventure Richard and I had mapped out in journals I'd kept all these years. By evening, I felt lighter than I had in years. I treated myself to takeout from the Thai restaurant down the street, an extravagance I usually denied myself, and savored both the spicy curry and the silence of my phone, which I had turned off after the 15th call from Michael. I slept deeply that night, dreamlessly, the sleep of someone who has shed a burden they didn't realize was crushing them. The next morning, I awoke to pounding on my door.
Mom.
I know you're in there. Open up. Michael. Of course. I tightened the belt of my robe and opened the door to find my son disheveled in a way I hadn't seen since his college days. Hair uncombed, shirt wrinkled, eyes bloodshot. What were you thinking? He demanded, pushing past me into the apartment. Not answering your phone? I was about to call the police. I needed some peace and quiet, I replied, closing the door. And some time to think. Coffee. I don't want coffee, he snapped, pacing my small living room. I want you to explain what's going on. First this lottery announcement, then disappearing, not answering calls. This isn't like you, Mom. No. I agreed, moving to the kitchen to make coffee anyway. It's not like the mother you've become accustomed to. The one who accepts whatever scraps of attention you throw her way, who doesn't question your decisions, who exists in the background of your life except when you need a babysitter or someone to help in the kitchen. He stopped pacing, staring at me as if I'd started speaking in tongues. That's not fair, he said finally. I support you. I make sure you have everything you need. No, Michael. You provide what you think I need, which isn't the same thing at all. And you've made it very clear that your support comes with the expectation of my gratitude and compliance. I measured coffee grounds into the filter, the familiar routine steadying my hands. Is this about what I said at dinner? He asked, his voice softening. It was just a joke, Mom. Everyone knew that. Did they? I turned to face him. Because from where I was sitting, it felt like everyone was laughing at the pathetic old woman dependent on her son's charity. Do you have any idea how that felt? For a moment, I saw a flicker of the boy I'd raised, the one who had once been sensitive to others' feelings, who had brought home stray cats and argued passionately about injustice. Then his expression hardened again. You're overreacting, he said dismissively. And you're avoiding the real issue. This lottery money, it's a stroke of luck, sure, but it doesn't mean you should suddenly start making major life decisions without consulting me. I poured water into the coffee maker and switched it on. That's exactly what it means, actually. That's what financial independence is. Mom, he said, and now his voice had the patronizing tone he used with his children when they were being difficult. You don't understand how these things work. Lottery winners go bankrupt all the time. They make impulsive decisions, trust the wrong people. Like trusting family who might not have their best interests at heart. I interrupted. His face flushed. That's a terrible thing to say. Everything I've ever done has been for this family. No, Michael. Everything you've done has been for your idea of what this family should be. The prestigious address, the private schools, the country club memberships. When was the last time you asked what I wanted? What made me happy? The coffee maker gurgled its last, filling the kitchen with the aroma that had once accompanied early morning conversations with Richard. Real conversations where my opinions were valued, where I was seen as a whole person. This is ridiculous, Michael muttered. You win some money, and suddenly you're a different person. I'm not a different person, I said, pouring 2 cups despite his earlier refusal. I'm the person I've always been, the one you stopped seeing years ago. Milk. He accepted the cup automatically, a habit from childhood. 1 sugar, he said absently, then caught himself. Mom, I came here to help you. Victoria and I discussed it, and we think the best thing would be for you to move in with us temporarily while we sort this out. I nearly laughed. Sort what out? My life? My money? Both, he said, stirring his coffee with more force than necessary. There are vultures out there who prey on people like you. Elderly women with money. I supplied. Inexperienced investors, he corrected, but we both knew what he meant. Michael, I said, sitting at my small kitchen table, gesturing for him to join me, I need you to hear me clearly. I am not moving in with you and Victoria. I am not turning my lottery winnings over to you to manage. I am not going to disappear into a senior living facility, so you don't have to worry about me making decisions you disagree with. He remained standing, his posture rigid. Then what are you going to do? First, I'm going to enjoy my coffee. Then I'm going to meet with my lawyer to finalize the trusts for Madeline and James. After that, I'm going to start planning a trip to Florence, the first stop on the itinerary your father and I dreamed up 20 years ago. Lawyer? What lawyer? His voice rose. You already have a lawyer? How long have you been planning this? Planning what, exactly? I asked calmly. Financial independence? Security for my grandchildren? The chance to fulfill a promise I made to your father before he died? Are these such terrible ambitions? Michael set his cup down so hard that coffee sloshed onto my countertop. You're being manipulated. Someone has gotten to you, filled your head with ideas. The irony of his accusation wasn't lost on me. For years, he and Victoria had been the ones filling my head with ideas about my limitations, my dependence, my place in their world. The only person influencing my decisions is me, I said firmly. And while I appreciate your concern, I need you to respect my choices. Mom, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. In fact, I'm being more reasonable than I've been in years. I've spent too long shrinking myself to fit into the corner of your life you've allocated to me. That stops now. He stared at me for a long moment, then shook his head. This isn't over, he said, moving toward the door. Victoria and I are genuinely worried about you. This behavior, it's concerning. What's concerning, I replied, following him, is that you see my self-determination as a problem to be solved rather than a right to be respected. At the door, he turned, his expression a mixture of frustration and what might have been fear. We'll talk again when you're thinking more clearly, he said, a parting shot that hit its mark despite my newfound resolve. After he left, I leaned against a closed door, exhaling slowly. The confrontation had drained me, but underneath the fatigue was a current of something else, a fierce, bright feeling I recognized as pride. I had stood my ground. I had spoken my truth. For the first time in years, I had refused to be diminished. The week that followed was a siege. Michael called daily, his messages alternating between concern and thinly veiled threats about my mental competence. Victoria sent emails with links to articles about lottery winners who lost everything, each one forwarded with a note that invariably began, "Just looking out for you, Eleanor." Meanwhile, I proceeded with my plans. The trusts for my grandchildren were established, the investments were initiated, and I booked a flight to Florence for the spring, giving myself time to update my passport and purchase a wardrobe suitable for European travel. I also changed the locks on my apartment door. Not because I truly believed Michael would enter without permission, but because the symbolism mattered. My space, my rules. 10 days after Thanksgiving, I returned home from a shopping trip, my first in years where I hadn't scrutinized price tags with anxious eyes, to find Victoria waiting in the lobby of my building. "Eleanor," she said, rising from the bench where she'd been perched like an exotic bird in a bus station. "We need to talk." Her appearance was immaculate as always, cashmere coat, designer boots, hair smooth as glass, but there was a tightness around her eyes that betrayed her stress. "Victoria," I acknowledged, shifting my shopping bags to extend a hand, which she ignored. "This is unexpected." "Yes, well, desperate times," she replied, eyeing my bags, which, ironically, contained nothing more extravagant than new towels and bed linens. "Can we speak privately?" I considered refusing, but curiosity won out. "Of course. Come up." In my apartment, I made tea, a ritual that had always calmed me, while Victoria perched on the edge of my sofa, declining to remove her coat as if she feared contamination from my furnishings. "Michael doesn't know I'm here," she said as I set a cup in front of her. "He thinks reasoning with you is still possible." "I'm not so optimistic." "Reasoning with me about what?" I asked, though I knew perfectly well. "About how I spend my own money. About the choices I make for my own life." Victoria sighed, a practiced sound of exasperation. "Eleanor, you're being deliberately obtuse. This isn't about control, it's about protection. You've never had this kind of money before. You don't understand the complexities." I understand enough to know that I don't want to hand control of my windfall to someone who publicly humiliated me about my financial situation, I replied evenly. Her face flushed. That was a joke. In poor taste, perhaps, but hardly worth this rebellion. Is that what you see? Rebellion? Not independence or self-respect. Victoria leaned forward, abandoning pretense. What I see is an old woman making rash decisions out of pride. Decisions that affect our family, my children. I said, understanding dawning. This is about the trusts. Of course it's about the trusts, she exclaimed. You set up educational funds without consulting us, the parents. What were you thinking? I was thinking about my grandchildren's future, I replied calmly. About giving them opportunities without strings attached. Without strings. Victoria's laugh was brittle. You've created a situation where they can access millions at 21. Do you have any idea how that could derail their work ethic? Their ambition? I sipped my tea. The trusts are for education only, Victoria. They can't access the principal for anything else. And millions is an exaggeration. Each trust contains enough for 4 years at an excellent university and perhaps graduate school. That should have been our decision to make, she insisted. Michael and I have a financial plan for the children that includes them working summer jobs, applying for merit scholarships, building character through effort. The hypocrisy was breathtaking. Victoria had never worked a day in her life, having gone from her wealthy parents' home to Michael's keeping. The only effort I'd ever seen her exert was in maintaining her social standing. The trusts don't prevent any of that, I pointed out. They simply ensure that education will never be a financial burden for them, as it was for me when sending Michael to school. That's another thing, Victoria said, setting down her untouched tea with a sharp click. These constant references to your struggles, your sacrifices for Michael, it's manipulative. You chose to have a child. You chose to send him to expensive schools. No one forced you. My temper, usually well-controlled, flared. I chose to give my son the best possible start in life, yes. I chose to work extra shifts and stretch every dollar, so he could have opportunities one never had. That's what parents do, Victoria. They sacrifice for their children without keeping score, but they also don't expect to be mocked for needing help when they're older.
Victoria stood abruptly.
This conversation is pointless. You've clearly made up your mind to use this money as a weapon against us. A weapon. I echoed, incredulous. How is ensuring my financial independence and my grandchildren's education a weapon? You know exactly what you're doing, she hissed. Creating division in our family. Making Michael question his own judgment. Using these trusts to buy the children's affection. I rose to face her. The only division in this family was created long before my lottery win. It was created when you and Michael decided I was a burden rather than a person deserving of respect. When you suggested I be warehoused in a senior facility so I wouldn't interfere with your perfect lives. When my son thought it was appropriate to humiliate me at Thanksgiving dinner for his own amusement. Victoria's expression hardened into the cold mask I knew well. You won't reconsider? Won't at least let Michael oversee the investments? No, I said simply. I won't. She nodded once, sharply. Then I suppose we have nothing more to discuss. She moved toward the door, then paused, turning back with a smile that sent a chill through me. Just remember, Eleanor, money changes people, and not always for the better. After she left, I sat in the gathering dusk, turning her parting words over in my mind. There was a thread embedded in them, veiled but unmistakable. That night, I dreamt of Richard. We were young again, walking along a beach I didn't recognize, planning our future with the easy confidence of those who believe time is on their side. They're afraid, he told me in the dream, his voice as clear as if he were really beside me. Not of what you'll do with the money, but of who you'll become without their control. I woke with tears on my cheeks and his words echoing in my mind. The dream Richard was right. This wasn't about protection or family harmony. It was about power, and I had inadvertently disrupted the balance by becoming financially independent. The next day, I withdrew enough cash from my new account to hire a security company. The technician who arrived was discreet and efficient, sweeping my apartment for surveillance devices, a precaution that would have seemed paranoid just weeks earlier, but now felt necessary. "Found something, ma'am," he said, holding up a tiny camera that had been hidden in the smoke detector in my living room. Then another from the kitchen. A third from my bedroom. My blood ran cold. Someone had been watching me, invading the most private moments of my life. The technician found 2 more devices before he was finished, one in the bathroom and another near my computer. "These are high grade," he explained, bagging them as evidence. "Not your standard nanny cam stuff. Expensive." I thought of Michael's unexplained visit the day after Thanksgiving. How he had paced my living room, used my bathroom, insisted on checking my old, unreliable smoke detectors while I made coffee. My own son had bugged my apartment. The realization struck like a physical blow. This wasn't just about controlling my money, this was about controlling me, about monitoring my every move, perhaps gathering evidence of concerning behavior that could be used against me. "Would you like me to install a security system?" the technician asked. "One that would alert you to any intrusions or tampering?" "Yes," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "And I'd like cameras of my own, visible ones. I want anyone who enters to know they're being recorded." As he worked, I sat at my kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had long gone cold, trying to process this new betrayal. Michael, my child, my only family, had violated my privacy in the most fundamental way. The depth of his distrust, his need for control, was staggering. By evening, my apartment was secure. The technician had installed a system that would alert my phone if anyone entered without my code, cameras that covered every entry point and new, tamper-evident locks on all windows and doors. "The cameras feed to this app," he explained, showing me on my phone. "You can check them anytime, from anywhere. And they're backed up to a secure cloud server, so even if someone damages the physical cameras, you'll have the footage." I thanked him, paid him generously, and locked the door behind him with a sense of both security and profound sadness. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a fortress, necessary protection not against strangers, but against my own family. That night, I called Sarah, the only friend who knew about my lottery win, and told her everything. "My God, Eleanor," she breathed when I finished. "This is beyond controlling. It's criminal. You could press charges." "I don't want to send my son to jail," I said, though the thought had crossed my mind. "I just want him to respect my boundaries." "Respect isn't something you can force," Sarah replied gently. "And boundaries are only meaningful if there are consequences for violating them." "What do you suggest?" "Document everything. Keep the surveillance devices as evidence. And most importantly, protect yourself legally and financially. If Michael's willing to bug your apartment, who knows what else he might do?" The next morning, I followed her advice. I consulted with a lawyer. Not Michael's lawyer, not even one from the same social circle, but a sharp-eyed woman recommended by my financial advisor. Together, we drafted legal documents, a restraining order should it become necessary, paperwork to ensure my assets couldn't be seized even if questions were raised about my competence, and a newel that detailed precisely how my estate should be handled. "He might try to challenge your mental capacity," the lawyer warned. "It's a common tactic in cases like this. I'd recommend a full neuropsychological evaluation. Get ahead of any accusations." I scheduled the evaluation for the following week. Then, steeling myself, I did something I'd been avoiding. I checked the footage for my new security cameras. There, at 2:17 a.m., was Victoria using a key I hadn't given her, slipping into my apartment like a thief. She moved with purpose, heading straight to my desk, rifling through papers, photographing documents with her phone. She checked my computer, but found it password protected. Before leaving, she placed something in the potted plant by my window, another listening device, I presumed. I watched the footage 3 times, a cold rage building within me. This wasn't just invasion of privacy. This was breaking and entering. This was criminal. I picked up my phone to call the police, then hesitated. Once this door was opened, there would be no closing it. I would be irrevocably severing whatever fragile family bonds remained. As I sat there, finger hovering over the dial button, my phone lit up with an incoming call. Michael. I answered, my voice controlled despite the turmoil inside me. Hello, Michael. Mom, he said, and there was something in his tone I couldn't identify. Urgency? Fear? We need to talk.
Right now.
It's important. I think we've said everything that needs saying, I replied. Unless you're calling to apologize for bugging my apartment. A pause. Then, what are you talking about? I didn't. Please don't lie to me, I interrupted. The security company found 5 devices. 5, Michael. Including one in my bathroom. My bedroom. Another pause, longer this time. Mom, I swear to you, I don't know anything about surveillance devices. His denial sounded genuine, which confused me. Then who?
Victoria.
Victoria wouldn't. He began, then stopped. This is exactly why we need to talk. In person, not over the phone. I'm not comfortable with that right now, I said honestly. Mom, please. And now there was unmistakable fear in his voice. It's not what you think. There are things you don't understand. Things I haven't told you. It's not safe to discuss over the phone. A chill ran through me. What do you mean, not safe? I can't explain now, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Just don't trust anyone until we've talked. Promise me. Before I could respond, I heard a commotion in the background. Victoria's voice, sharp with anger, then Michael's muffled reply as if he'd covered the phone. I have to go, he said hurriedly. I'll come to you tomorrow. 10 a.m. Don't let anyone else in before then. The line went dead, leaving me staring at my phone in bewilderment. Michael's fear seemed genuine, but so had his concern for my financial well-being, right until I discovered the surveillance devices. I checked my security cameras again, focusing on the device Victoria had planted in my plant. Should I remove it? Leave it as evidence? Or perhaps use it? A plan began to form in my mind. If they wanted to listen in on my life, perhaps I should give them something worth hearing. I called Sarah again. I need a favor, I said when she answered. A performance, really. Can you come over in about an hour? I explained what I needed, and Sarah, bless her, agreed immediately. I always said I should have been an actress, she said with a laugh. Time to put my talents to use. While waiting for her, I brewed a pot of coffee and set out the almond cookies Sarah loved. I also positioned myself near the plant where Victoria had hidden the new device, speaking loudly as I made a phone call to my financial advisor. Yes, I've decided to proceed with the offshore accounts, I said clearly. The Cayman Islands seem most secure, and I'd like to liquidate the domestic investments. All of them. Cash would be best. There was no financial advisor on the other end of the line, of course, just my own voicemail. But whoever was listening would know that. When Sarah arrived, we embraced warmly in full view of the hidden device. Thank you for coming on such short notice, I said, ushering her to the sofa. I needed to tell someone I can trust about my plans. Sarah, playing her role perfectly, leaned forward with concern. What plans, Eleanor? You sound serious. I am serious, I replied, raising my voice slightly to ensure the device would pick it up. I've decided to leave the country. Permanently. Sarah's eyes widened in feigned shock. Leave? But what about your family? Your grandchildren? I shook my head sadly. They'll be fine without me. Better, probably. And with the money safely moved offshore, I can start fresh somewhere they can't find me. When? Sarah asked, reaching for a cookie. When would you go? Soon, I said firmly. Very soon. I've already purchased tickets under a different name. By this time next week, Eleanor Campbell will have disappeared. We continued the charade for nearly an hour, discussing fictitious plans for my disappearance in meticulous detail, the false passport I'd supposedly acquired, the property I'd allegedly purchased in a remote part of Costa Rica, the millions I planned to withdraw in cash before vanishing. After Sarah left, I settled into my armchair with a book, quietly satisfied with our performance. If Victoria was listening, and I was certain she would be frantic with the fear that her cash cow was about to vanish along with all that lovely lottery money. I didn't have long to wait for a reaction. Just after midnight, my phone erupted with texts from Michael. Mom, we need to talk right now. Whatever you're planning, stop. Answer your phone. This is serious. I silenced the phone, turned out the lights, and went to bed, sleeping more soundly than I had in weeks despite the drama unfolding. Let them panic, I thought. Let them feel, for once, what it's like to be powerless. In the morning, I awoke to find 17 missed calls from Michael, 5 from Victoria, and even one from Victoria's mother, whom I'd spoken to perhaps twice in the last decade. I made breakfast, taking my time, then checked my security cameras. No overnight visitors, thankfully, though I half expected to find Victoria had broken in again. At precisely 10 a.m., there was a knock on my door. Through the security camera, I could see Michael, alone, disheveled, clearly having slept poorly if at all. I opened the door, but blocked the entrance. "Good morning, Michael." "Mom," he said, his voice rough with exhaustion. "Thank God. Let me in. We need to talk." "About what?" I asked calmly. "About the surveillance devices you planted in my home? About Victoria breaking in at 2 in the morning to go through my personal papers? Or perhaps about my plans to leave the country?" His face paled. "You know about Victoria coming here?" "I installed my own cameras," I replied, "after finding yours." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so reminiscent of his father that my heart ached despite everything.
Mom, please.
"There's so much you don't understand. Let me explain." I studied him, the son I'd raised, the man he'd become. There was fear in his eyes, yes, but also something else. Something that looked, improbably, like shame. "You have 15 minutes, I said, stepping aside to let him enter. "And I'm recording everything." Michael nodded, shoulders slumping with what might have been relief or resignation. "That's fair. More than fair, considering." He sat heavily on my sofa, looking around the apartment as if seeing it, really seeing it, for the first time in years. "First," he said, "I want to be clear. I didn't put those surveillance devices in your apartment."
Victoria did.
"Without my knowledge." I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "I'm not saying I'm innocent," he continued quickly. "I knew afterward. I should have told you, should have stopped her. But by then..." He trailed off, looking down at his hands. "By then what?" I prompted. Michael took a deep breath. "By then, things had gotten complicated. Dangerous, even." "Dangerous how?" He looked up, his eyes meeting mine directly. "Mom, Victoria's family isn't what you think. What anyone thinks. The wealth, the social connections, it's all built on lies. And worse than lies." I sat down across from him, my skepticism giving way to confusion. "What are you talking about? Her father, Charles? He's not a retired investment banker who made his fortune ethically. He's a money launderer for some very dangerous people. The kind of people who don't tolerate mistakes or disloyalty." The revelation struck me like a physical blow. Charles Harrington, Victoria's father, was the epitome of old money respectability, silver-haired, patrician, a fixture at charity galas and on the boards of prestigious cultural institutions. "That's hard to believe," I said carefully. "I know," Michael replied. "I didn't believe it either when I first discovered the truth. It was about 3 years ago. I found discrepancies in some accounts related to Victoria's family trust, transactions that didn't make sense, money moving through shell companies, offshore accounts appearing and disappearing." He leaned forward, voice dropping despite the empty apartment. When I confronted Charles, he didn't deny it. Instead, he offered me a choice: join the operation or lose everything. My business, my reputation, my family. He made it very clear that accidents could be arranged for people who knew too much. I stared at my son, trying to reconcile this tale of criminal intrigue with the banal snobbery I'd always associated with Victoria's family. "Why are you telling me this now?" I asked. "And what does it have to do with bugging my apartment or Victoria breaking in?" Michael rubbed his face wearily. "When you won the lottery, it created a problem. A big problem. Charles sees your money as a potential risk, a source of funds that isn't under his control, that could be traced back to the family if you invested it in certain ways or talked to the wrong people. So Victoria was, what? Spying on me to report back to her father?" "Essentially, yes." monitoring your financial decisions, your conversations, who you were meeting with. When you started talking about offshore accounts and disappearing with cash, she panicked, called her father immediately. I almost laughed. Our little performance had worked better than I could have imagined. Those plans weren't real, Michael. Sarah and I were putting on a show because I knew Victoria had planted a listening device. Relief washed over his face. Thank God. But Mom, you don't understand how dangerous this situation is. Charles might already have people watching you, assessing whether you're a threat. A threat? I echoed incredulously. I'm a 67-year-old widow who won the lottery. How am I a threat to anyone? Money that isn't under their control is always a threat to people like Charles, Michael explained. Especially money connected to the family, even peripherally. If you made certain investments, asked certain questions, it could potentially expose their operation. I sat back, trying to process this bizarre turn of events. My son, who I'd thought was simply controlling and condescending, was now claiming to be caught in a web of organized crime. It seemed absurd, melodramatic, yet the fear in his eyes was real. Let's say I believe you, I said slowly. What exactly are you suggesting I do? Hand my lottery winnings over to you to protect me? Because that sounds suspiciously like what you've been pushing for all along. No, Michael said firmly. Just the opposite, actually. I think you should take the money and go, for real, not just as a bluff. Get as far away from this family as possible, including me. Start fresh somewhere Charles and his associates can't find you. Now I was truly confused. You want me to disappear? To abandon my home, my life, my grandchildren? Michael's expression crumpled. I don't want you to, but I need you to be safe. And right now, being connected to this family isn't safe. I studied my son's face, searching for signs of deception. This could all be an elaborate manipulation, a last-ditch effort to control my money when more straightforward approaches had failed. Yet the desperation in his eyes seemed genuine. If what you're saying is true, I said carefully, why not go to the authorities? Surely there are witness protection programs for situations like this. It's not that simple, Michael replied. Charles has connections everywhere, police, FBI, even judges. We don't know who we can trust. And if we make a move and fail, the consequences would be severe. A chill ran through me. For you? For the children? He nodded grimly. For all of us. We sat in silence for a moment, the ticking of my wall clock suddenly loud in the quiet apartment. I need to think, I said finally. This is a lot to process. I understand, Michael said, rising. But please don't take too long. And don't tell anyone what I've shared with you today, not even Sarah. The fewer people who know, the safer everyone will be. At the door, he paused, looking back at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. For what it's worth, Mom, I'm sorry.
For everything.
The way I've treated you, the things I said at Thanksgiving, I've been living under so much pressure, trying to protect the kids from knowing what their grandfather really is, trying to find a way out for all of us. It's no excuse, but it's an explanation. I finished for him. After he left, I sat motionless, my mind racing. Could it be true? Was Victoria's father really a criminal mastermind hiding behind a veneer of old money respectability? Was my son caught in a dangerous web he couldn't escape? Or was this the most elaborate gaslighting attempt in history, a desperate bid to maintain control over me and my newfound wealth? I had no way of knowing for certain. But one thing was clear. Whether Michael's story was truth or fiction, I was dealing with people who had already proven they would violate my privacy, my home, my trust. People who saw me not as a person, but as a problem to be managed. People who, one way or another, I needed to escape. I reached for my phone and dialed the number of my new lawyer. Ms. Winters, I said when she answered. I need to accelerate our plans. All of them. And I need to do it discreetly. Of course, Mrs. Campbell, she replied. How quickly are we talking? I thought of Victoria's midnight invasion of my home, of the hidden cameras in my bedroom, of Michael's wild tale of money laundering and threats. Immediately, I said firmly. Starting today. As I hung up, I glanced at the potted plant where Victoria had hidden her listening device. Let her hear this. Let her wonder what I was planning. Let her report back to whoever was pulling the strings in this twisted family drama. Eleanor Campbell, widow, mother, lottery winner, was done being controlled, done being watched, done being underestimated. It was time to take back my life. And if that meant dismantling the facade of family that had been suffocating me for years, so be it. The game had changed. And this time I was writing the rules. 3 days after I discovered the surveillance devices in my home, I found my late husband's journal hidden in my storage unit. When I read his final entry about Michael's dangerous associations, I realized my son's story wasn't a lie. It was worse than he'd admitted. That's when I understood that in this family, truth was merely a weapon waiting to be sharpened. If you're watching this, subscribe now and comment if you've ever discovered a loved one was living a double life. Because what I uncovered next would make even a soap opera writer blush. The next morning, I woke before dawn, my mind clear despite the tumult of the previous day. Sleep had brought not rest but resolution, a crystallized understanding of what needed to be done. My first call was to Sarah. "I need you to take me somewhere," I said when she answered, my voice low despite the sweep for bugs the security company had performed. "Don't ask questions over the phone. Just pick me up in an hour." To her credit, Sarah didn't press for details. "I'll be there," she replied simply. While waiting, I packed a small bag with essentials, medications, toiletries, a change of clothes, and the notebooks where Richard and I had planned our European adventure. I also gathered important documents: my birth certificate, Richard's death certificate, our marriage license, insurance papers, and the lottery claim documentation. Everything else could be replaced if necessary. From the back of my closet, I retrieved the fireproof lockbox where I kept emergency cash, $3,000 that Richard had insisted we always maintain. For when the unexpected happens, he'd said. The unexpected had certainly happened, though not in any way we could have anticipated. When Sarah's sensible sedan pulled up outside my building, I left through the back entrance, avoiding the main lobby where cameras might capture my departure. Sarah's eyes widened at my cloak and dagger approach, but she asked no questions as I slid into the passenger seat. "Where to?" she asked, pulling away from the curb. "The storage facility on Westbrook Avenue," I replied. "I need to retrieve something." Sarah nodded, navigating through morning traffic with practiced ease. "You want to tell me what's going on? You look like you're in a spy movie." I hesitated, remembering Michael's warning about involving others. But if I couldn't trust Sarah, my friend of 30 years, who had held my hand through Richard's illness and death, who could I trust? "Michael came to see me yesterday," I began. "He told me a story about Victoria's family being involved in money laundering, about threats and surveillance. It sounds crazy, but you found cameras in your apartment," Sarah finished. "And Victoria broke in." "Yes." I stared out the window, watching the familiar streets of my neighborhood slide by, wondering if I would ever see them again. I don't know what to believe. It could be an elaborate manipulation, a way to control me and my money. Or it could be true, in which case I'm in danger simply by association. Sarah was quiet for a moment, processing. "Either way, you need space to think, to figure out what's real." "Exactly." I squeezed her hand gratefully. "I need to disappear for a while. Not forever, not like in our performance for Victoria's listening device. Just long enough to get my bearings, to make decisions without pressure or surveillance." "And the storage unit?" "Richard kept journals. Detailed ones. If there was any truth to Michael's claims about Victoria's family, Richard might have noticed something. He was observant, particularly about people's character." The storage facility was a nondescript building on the outskirts of town, a place where Richard and I had stored furniture and mementos when downsizing after his retirement. I hadn't visited in nearly a year, had almost forgotten about it in the fog of grief that followed his death. The manager recognized me, offered condolences that felt both belated and sincere. "Your husband was a good man," he said, handing me the key to Unit 327. Always took the time to ask about my kids. Inside the unit, Dust motes danced in the beam of light from the overhead bulb. Furniture draped in sheets loomed like ghosts. Our dining table where so many family meals had been shared, the antique desk where Richard had written his journals, the crib that had held newborn Michael. "What exactly are we looking for?" Sarah asked, surveying the crowded space. "A set of leather-bound journals," I replied, moving toward the desk. Richard kept them in the bottom drawer, but they might be in one of those boxes now. We searched methodically, opening boxes, lifting sheets from furniture. The musty scent of stored memories filled my nostrils, Richard's aftershave lingering on his winter coat, the lavender sachets I tucked among linens, the faint aroma of old books. "Eleanor," Sarah called after 20 minutes of searching. "I think I found them." She held up a cardboard box labeled simply, "Ours Papers." Inside, neatly arranged, were a dozen leather-bound journals spanning nearly 40 years of Richard's life. I traced the embossed initials on the most recent volume, RJC, Richard James Campbell, my throat tight with emotion. "I didn't even know he'd kept writing after his diagnosis," I whispered. "Do you want me to give you some privacy?" Sarah asked gently. I shook my head.
No. Stay.
I might need perspective. I opened the final journal, dated the year of Richard's death. His handwriting, once strong and confident, had grown shakier as his illness progressed, but his mind had remained sharp until the end. I flipped through entries about doctor's appointments, reflections on mortality, memories he wanted to preserve. Then, near the end, an entry caught my eye. April 17th, dinner at Michael and Victoria's. Concerning observations about C.H. Charles Harrington, discussion overheard between C and V, references to cleaning accounts, moving product, and consequences for the Matthews situation. Euphemisms for illegal activities. M appeared uncomfortable, changed subject when he noticed me listening. Must discuss with E when feeling stronger. My hands trembled. Richard had never mentioned this conversation to me, likely trying to protect me from worry as his health failed. But here was potential corroboration of Michael's wild claims, written in my husband's hand years before the lottery, before any reason for manipulation existed. I read further. April 29th, M visited alone. Seems troubled. Mentioned being in too deep and no way out without endangering the children. When pressed, changed subject. Consider approaching directly about CH connections before time runs out. And then, the final entry, dated just a week before Richard's death. May 8th, too weak for lengthy entry. Spoke with Detective Morris, old client, about CH without naming names. His response, "If it's who I think, tread carefully. Those waters run deep and dark." Left sealed letter with Jim Andrews at firm for E, to be delivered if suspicions confirmed. Pray it won't be necessary. Jim Andrews, I murmured. Richard's law partner. "You think he left you a letter?" Sarah asked, reading over my shoulder. "It appears so. A letter I never received." I closed the journal, my mind racing. Jim retired to Arizona after Richard died. We exchanged Christmas cards, nothing more. "Can you call him?" I nodded slowly.
Yes.
But not from my phone. And not from here. We gathered the journals, locking the storage unit behind us. In Sarah's car, I stared at the box on my lap, feeling as though I'd uncovered a time bomb rather than a collection of memories. "What now?" Sarah asked, starting the engine. "Now we find a prepaid phone," I replied. "And then a place where I can stay that Victoria and Michael don't know about." "My sister's lake house," Sarah suggested. "She's in Europe until September. It's isolated, about 2 hours from here. No one would think to look for you there." I squeezed her hand gratefully. "That would be perfect. But Sarah, I don't want to put you in danger." She snorted, pulling onto the main road. "Eleanor Campbell, we've been friends for 30 years. If you think I'm abandoning you now, you've lost your mind. Besides," she added with a grin, "this is the most excitement I've had since my divorce." We stopped at a convenience store where Sarah purchased a prepaid phone with cash. Then we drove north toward the lake house, the city receding behind us, taking with it the immediate sense of being watched, monitored, controlled. As the landscape transformed from urban sprawl to forested hills, I found myself breathing more deeply. Whatever the truth about Victoria's family, whatever dangers or manipulations lay ahead, I had created space to think, to plan, to decide my next move without pressure or surveillance. The lake house was exactly what I needed, a rustic cabin set back from the water, surrounded by pine trees that whispered in the breeze. Simple furnishings, a stone fireplace, shelves lined with well-worn paperbacks. No neighbors within shouting distance, no cameras, no hidden microphones. "It's not fancy," Sarah apologized, showing me to the bedroom, "but it's peaceful." "It's perfect," I assured her, setting my bag on the handmade quilt that covered the bed. "Thank you." After Sarah left, promising to return the next day with groceries and to check in on my apartment, I sat on the porch, Richard's journals beside me, watching the sun sparkle on the lake. For the first time since Thanksgiving, I felt something close to peace. I called Jim Andrews from the prepaid phone, my heart racing as the connection went through. Jim Andrews answered the familiar voice, deeper now with age, but still recognizably the man who had been Richard's closest friend and business partner for decades. "Jim, it's Eleanor Campbell." "Eleanor." His surprise gave way to warmth. "What a wonderful surprise. How are you?" "I'm dealing with some complications," I replied carefully. "Jim, I've recently found Richard's journals. His final entries mention leaving a letter with you for me. Something about Charles Harrington." The silence that followed was so long I thought we'd been disconnected. "Jim, I'm here," he said, his voice notably cooler. "Eleanor, where are you calling from? Is this your regular number?"
No.
"I'm using a prepaid phone." "Good. Keep it that way." The lawyer in him took over, precise and cautious. "The letter exists. Richard was concerned about some connections between your son-in-law's family and certain criminal elements. He asked me to hold the letter unless you specifically asked about it, which you never did. Until now." "I need to see it, Jim." Another pause. "I don't think sending it would be wise. These are sensitive matters. My son has indicated that his wife's family may be involved in money laundering," I said bluntly. "I've found surveillance devices in my home. I need to know what Richard discovered." Jim's sharp intake of breath was audible. "If what you're saying is true, you could be in danger, Eleanor. Serious danger. I'm aware of that possibility. That's why I'm not at home. That's why I'm using this phone. But I need information to make decisions, Jim. Richard's letter could provide that." "I see." His tone was grim. "I'll need to retrieve it from my safe deposit box. And I won't send it through the mail or electronically. Too risky. I'll deliver it personally." "You'd fly all the way from Arizona? For Richard? For you?" "Of course I would."
His voice softened.
"He was my best friend, Eleanor. And he was worried about you, about what might happen if certain parties ever perceived you as a threat. That concern has clearly become relevant. We arranged to meet in 3 days at a roadside diner halfway between the lake house and the nearest small town, neutral territory where neither of us was likely to be recognized or followed. "Come alone," Jim instructed. "Don't tell anyone about our meeting. Not even people you trust." "I understand," I replied, though the thought of keeping secrets from Sarah felt wrong. "And Eleanor, if you've recently come into money, as Michael's reaction suggests, be extremely careful about how you move it. These people have ways of tracking large transactions." After we hung up, I sat staring at the lake, watching the light change as afternoon faded toward evening. The beauty of the setting felt incongruous with the darkness of my thoughts. Money laundering.
Surveillance.
Criminal connections.
Danger.
How had my simple life, widow, mother, grandmother, former nurse, become so complicated? How had my family become unrecognizable? I spent the evening reading through Richard's journals, searching for earlier mentions of Charles Harrington or any indications of Michael's involvement with illegal activities. The entries were sparse. Richard had never been one for lengthy reflections, but telling in their progression. The first mention came 5 years earlier, shortly after Michael and Victoria's wedding. December 18th. Wedding extravagant beyond taste. CH clearly displaying wealth. Mentioned his business interests, expanding internationally. Something off about his associates, particularly the Russians. M seems impressed by father-in-law. Hope his judgment hasn't been compromised by lifestyle aspirations. Then, 2 years later, March 3rd, M invited me to join investment group with CH and Associates. Declined politely. Suggested M research backgrounds thoroughly before committing. He seemed offended. First serious disagreement between us in years. And a year after that, September 27th, M and V purchased new home. Price tag absurd given M's reported income. When questioned, M mentioned private investments through CH connections. Warning bells. Encouraged caution. M dismissed concerns as old-fashioned thinking. Reminded me that everyone has gray areas in business. Not the values we raised him with. The picture that emerged was troubling, a gradual entanglement. My son, initially impressed by his father-in-law's wealth and connections, then slowly drawn into questionable financial arrangements, eventually defending practices that contradicted the values Richard and I had instilled. By the time Richard was diagnosed with cancer, his entries about Michael had grown both sparse and resigned, as if he'd given up trying to steer our son away from Charles Harrington's influence. I closed the final journal, overwhelmed by the sense that I'd failed as a parent, that somewhere along the way, I'd lost my son to the allure of wealth and status, to the corrupting influence of the Harrington family. The next morning, I awoke to the chirping of birds and sunlight streaming through the window, a stark contrast to my apartment's city noises and artificial lighting. For a moment, I almost forgot the complications that had driven me here. Then reality crashed back, and with it, a renewed determination to understand exactly what I was facing. Sarah arrived mid-morning with groceries, newspapers, and news from the outside world. "Your disappearing act has caused quite a stir," she reported, unpacking bags in the small kitchen. "Michael called me 5 times yesterday, increasingly frantic. Victoria showed up at my house around dinner time, all concerned smiles and probing questions. My stomach clenched. What did you tell them? That I hadn't heard from you, which was technically true at that point. That you'd mentioned thinking about traveling, which was also true." Sarah paused, her expression serious. "Eleanor, they seemed genuinely worried. Either they're excellent actors, or something about this situation scares them. Or both," I murmured. "Did Victoria say anything specific? Ask about any particular destinations or plans?" "She asked if you'd mentioned Costa Rica, which I thought was odd." I smiled grimly. "Not odd at all. That's the destination Sarah and I discussed near the listening device, part of our performance. So, they were definitely monitoring you." Sarah shook her head in disgust. "Your own family. It's unconscionable. Family in name only," I replied, the words tasting bitter. "I'm not sure I even know who my son is anymore." I told Sarah about Richard's journals, about Jim Andrews and the letter, about the meeting scheduled for 3 days hence. "I'm coming with you," she declared immediately. "Jim said to come alone. And I say that's ridiculous. 2 elderly women are less conspicuous than one, and I can keep watch while you meet with him." Her tone brooked no argument. "Besides, I've been watching spy movies since the Cold War. I know how these things work." Despite everything, I laughed, a release of tension I hadn't realized I was holding.
Fine.
"But you stay in the car, out of sight." "Deal." She squeezed my hand. "Now, what's our next move while we wait for Jim?" I considered the question. "Information. We need more information about Charles Harrington and his business dealings. Things that might corroborate what Michael told me and what Richard suspected." "I can help with that," Sarah offered. "My son-in-law works for the Tribune. He has access to their archives, public records. I can ask him to do some digging, discreetly of course." "That would be helpful," I agreed. "And I want to check in on my grandchildren, make sure they're okay. Is there any way to do that without revealing my location?" Sarah thought for a moment. "What about their school? You're on the approved list for pickup, right? You could call, say you're planning a surprise visit for their birthdays, ask how they're doing generally." It wasn't much, but it was something. Using the prepaid phone, I called Westfield Academy, where both Madeline and James were enrolled. The school secretary, Mrs. Patel, had always been kind to me during the few school events Michael and Victoria had permitted me to attend. Mrs. Patel, it's Eleanor Campbell, Madeline and James's grandmother. Mrs. Campbell, how lovely to hear from you. Are you coming to the spring concert next week? James has a solo in the kindergarten performance. A solo I hadn't been told about. Another family event I would have missed if not for this call. I'm hoping to attend, I said, the lie coming easily. How are the children doing? I've been traveling and haven't seen them in a while. Mrs. Patel's hesitation was slight but noticeable. They're present and participating. James has been a bit withdrawn this week, but children go through phases, of course. Withdrawn how? I pressed. Another hesitation. It's probably nothing. He's just been quieter than usual, not joining games at recess. And there was an incident yesterday. He became quite upset when his father was late for pickup. Mrs. Harrington Campbell had to be called away on some urgent matter, I understand. Victoria, leaving the school without the children? That was unprecedented. She orchestrated her entire schedule around maintaining the appearance of perfect motherhood. I see, I said carefully. And Madeline? Madeline is Madeline, Mrs. Patel replied with gentle humor. Confident, a bit bossy with the other children. She mentioned that the family might be taking a trip soon. Something about Costa Rica. My blood ran cold. They were using the fake destination from my performance with Sarah, either believing I was truly headed there or setting up a narrative for my disappearance. Yes, it's a possibility, I said, keeping my voice steady. Nothing definite yet. After a few more minutes of conversation, I hung up, my concern for my grandchildren mounting. If Victoria was distracted enough to miss school pickup, if James was showing signs of distress, something significant was happening in their household. What do you think it means? Sarah asked when I shared Mrs. Patel's information. I'm not sure, I admitted, but it reinforces my sense that I need to proceed carefully. If Michael was telling the truth about Charles Harrington's criminal connections, the children could be at risk, either from those associates or from whatever desperate plan Michael and Victoria might be hatching. You think they'd use the children as leverage? To get to you, or to your money? The suggestion was horrifying, yet I couldn't dismiss it entirely. I hope not, but I've been surprised by their behavior at every turn lately. The next 2 days passed in a strange combination of peaceful isolation and mounting tension. The lake house setting was idyllic, quiet mornings with coffee on the deck, afternoons reading or walking along the shore, evenings watching spectacular sunsets. Yet underlying this tranquility was the constant awareness that somewhere, people were looking for me, possibly with dangerous intentions. Sarah's son-in-law came through with preliminary information about Charles Harrington, newspaper mentions spanning 30 years, from society pages to business announcements. Nothing overtly suspicious, but telling patterns emerged. Business partners who later faced indictments for fraud or tax evasion, companies that dissolved shortly after large investment rounds, charitable foundations that seemed to do very little actual charity work. It's circumstantial, Sarah acknowledged as we reviewed the articles spread across the dining table. But it builds a picture of someone operating at the edges of legality. And using respectability as cover. I added, studying a photo of Charles at a hospital charity gala, Victoria and Michael beaming beside him. The same hospital where I'd worked double shifts for years, struggling to make ends meet while raising Michael alone after Richard's workload at the law firm became all-consuming. The irony wasn't lost on me. On the morning of my meeting with Jim Andrews, I woke before dawn, anxiety pressing on my chest like a physical weight. Whatever information Richard had deemed important enough to seal in a letter, important enough for Jim to fly across the country to deliver personally, would change things. Knowledge always did. Sarah and I arrived at the designated diner an hour early, parking in a spot with clear sight lines to the entrance, but partially obscured by a delivery truck. Sarah remained in the driver's seat, sunglasses in place despite the overcast day, while I went inside and took a booth at the back, facing the door. The diner was nearly empty, A couple of truckers at the counter, an elderly man reading a newspaper, a harried waitress refilling coffee cups. I ordered tea and toast, not hungry but needing a reason to occupy the table. At precisely noon, Jim Andrews walked in. He was thinner than I remembered, his once dark hair now completely silver, but he moved with the same purposeful stride that had always characterized him in the courtroom. His eyes scanned the diner, landing on me with a flash of recognition followed by a carefully neutral expression. He ordered coffee before sliding into the booth across from me, his briefcase placed deliberately on the seat beside him. "Eleanor," he said, his voice warm despite the tension evident in his posture. "It's been too long."
Jim.
I reached across to squeeze his hand briefly. "Thank you for coming all this way." As I said, "For Richard? Anything." He stirred cream into his coffee, his movements deliberate. "I checked my surroundings carefully before coming here. I don't think I was followed, but we should keep this brief, nonetheless." "Of course." He opened his briefcase, just enough to extract a sealed envelope, sliding it across the table to me. Richard's letter. He was troubled when he wrote this, conflicted about how much to tell you, how much burden to place on your shoulders while dealing with his illness. I took the envelope, my name written in Richard's familiar handwriting sending a pang through my heart. "Did he tell you what it contains?" "The broad strokes, yes." Jim glanced around the diner before continuing, his voice barely above a whisper. He had encountered information suggesting Charles Harrington was involved in a sophisticated money laundering operation, primarily for Eastern European and Russian clients, with questionable backgrounds. He also believed Michael had been drawn into the operation, possibly unwittingly at first. Though I'd suspected as much from Richard's journals and Michael's confession, hearing it confirmed by Jem, a man known for his caution and precision, made it horrifyingly real. "How did Richard discover this?" I asked. A former client approached him with concerns about investments made through one of Harrington's companies. Richard did some digging, nothing official, just quiet inquiries through trusted contacts. What he found disturbed him deeply. Jim paused, choosing his words carefully. "Eleanor, these aren't small-time criminals. If Richard's suspicions were correct, the Harrington operation launders money for people who eliminate problems permanently." The implication was clear. "People who might view me and my lottery winnings as a problem," I said quietly. Jim nodded grimly. "Read the letter." Richard included names, dates, account numbers, everything he could verify. "But be careful what you do with that information." "Very careful." "I will." He finished his coffee, placed a $20 bill on the table. "I've booked a hotel room in the city for the night. Call the prepaid number I gave you if you need to discuss this further after reading the letter. Otherwise, I'll fly back tomorrow."
"Thank you, Jim."
"For everything." He smiled sadly. "Richard worried about you, you know. Not just because of the Harrington situation, but because he saw how Michael and Victoria treated you. He felt responsible somehow, as if his focus on his career had left you vulnerable." "That's absurd," I protested. "Richard was a wonderful husband, a good father." "Perhaps. But he had regrets, as we all do." Jim stood, straightening his jacket. "Whatever you decide to do with this information, Eleanor, be careful. And know that Richard would be proud of your courage." After he left, I sat holding the unopened letter, gathering strength for whatever revelations it contained. The waitress offered more tea, which I declined, asking instead for the check. Back in the car, Sarah's curiosity was palpable, but she asked no questions as I tucked the letter into my purse, my hands trembling slightly. "Let's go back to the lake house," I said. "I need privacy to read this." The drive back was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. The lake house welcomed us with afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows, dust motes dancing in the golden beams, a tranquility that felt increasingly at odds with the darkness I was uncovering. In the bedroom, door closed though Sarah was the only other person in the house, I finally opened Richard's letter. "My dearest Eleanor, if you're reading this, 2 things have happened. I am gone, and you have somehow discovered the concerns that have been weighing on me during my final months. I'm sorry for not sharing these burdens with you directly. I told myself it was to protect you, to spare you additional worry while you were already dealing with my illness. But perhaps it was cowardice on my part, an unwillingness to admit how badly I've failed in protecting our son from influences that have corrupted his values and potentially placed him in grave danger. What follows is everything I've learned about Charles Harrington's operations and Michael's involvement. I've documented it as meticulously as possible, with dates, names, and specifics that may prove useful should you ever need to protect yourself or help Michael extricate himself from this situation. The letter continued with clinical precision. Details of shell companies, property holdings, suspected illegal transactions, names of associates with violent criminal histories. Richard had been thorough, his legal mind cataloging evidence even as his body failed him. But it was the final paragraphs that shattered me. The most difficult truth, my love, is that Michael's involvement appears to be deeper than I initially believed. Conversations overheard, documents glimpsed at their home during my last visit, suggest he has moved from unwitting participant to active facilitator. Victoria's influence has been significant, but the choices have been his own. I've struggled with whether to include this next piece of information, but you deserve the complete truth. 2 weeks ago, I overheard Michael and Victoria discussing a contingency plan regarding your future care. Victoria suggested that having you declared mentally incompetent would be cleaner than other options, allowing them to manage your affairs completely should you ever become difficult or a liability. Michael did not object. I don't share this to hurt you, but to arm you with knowledge. Our son has changed, Eleanor. The values we instilled, honesty, integrity, compassion, have been eroded by greed and ambition. I pray that somewhere inside him, the boy we raised still exists, but you must protect yourself first. If circumstances change, if you ever find yourself with resources they might covet or information they might fear, be vigilant. Trust no one in their circle. Document everything. And know that Jim Andrews will help you if you need legal protection. My greatest regret is leaving you to face this alone. My greatest comfort is knowing your strength, a strength you've often underestimated, but I have witnessed countless times throughout our life together. I love you, Eleanor. I always have, even when my actions failed to demonstrate it adequately. Whatever happens, remember that you are worthy of respect, of dignity, of happiness, regardless of what our son or his wife might have led you to believe. With all my heart, Richard. I read the letter twice, tears streaming down my face, not just for the painful revelations about Michael, but for Richard's love, evident in every careful word. Even dying, he had tried to protect me. Even knowing what our son had become, he had documented the truth without malice, only sorrow and concern. When I finally emerged from the bedroom, red-eyed but composed, Sarah took one look at my face and opened her arms. I stepped into her embrace, allowing myself a moment of weakness before the strength Richard had recognized would be needed. "It's bad, isn't it?" she asked softly. "Worse than I imagined," I admitted. Richard confirmed everything Michael told me about Charles Harrington's criminal activities. But he also discovered that Michael and Victoria had discussed having me declared mentally incompetent if I ever became difficult. Sarah's arms tightened around me. "Those vultures," she whispered fiercely, "planning to strip you of your autonomy, your dignity. And now, with the lottery money, they have even more incentive." I pulled away gently, moving to the window to gaze at the lake, its surface rippled by the afternoon breeze. The question is, what do I do with this information? Go to the authorities, Sarah suggested immediately, with Richard's documentation, and risk what happens to my grandchildren if Charles Harrington's organization is threatened. I shook my head. These are people who eliminate problems permanently, according to Jim. If I move against them directly, who becomes a liability? Michael? Victoria? The children? Sarah joined me at the window, her expression troubled. Then what? You can't just pretend you don't know. You can't go back to that apartment, knowing they're watching, waiting for an opportunity to control you and your money. No, I agreed. I can't go back. Not yet. Not until I've figured out a way to protect myself and the children. We spent the evening discussing options, none of them perfect. I could disappear with my lottery winnings, start fresh elsewhere, but that meant abandoning my grandchildren to whatever fate awaited them in the Harrington family orbit. I could confront Michael directly with what I knew, but that might force his hand, push him toward desperate measures. I could go to the authorities, but without knowing which officials might be compromised by Harrington's influence, that path was fraught with risk. By midnight, exhausted by circular discussions and emotional revelations, we retired to our separate bedrooms without a clear plan forward. I slept fitfully, dreams invaded by images of Richard in his final days, of Michael as a child holding my hand, of surveillance cameras watching my every move. I woke at dawn, disoriented momentarily by the unfamiliar room, then crushed anew by the reality of my situation as memory returned. The prepaid phone on the nightstand buzzed with a text message. Jim Andrews. Need to speak urgently.
Call when you can.
My heart racing, I dialed his number immediately. Eleanor. He answered on the first ring, his voice tense. Are you still at the location we discussed?
Yes.
What's happened? I received a visit last night at my hotel. 2 men, claiming to be private investigators working for Michael, looking for you. They said you've had a mental break following your lottery win, that the family is concerned for your safety. I slid through my veins. Did they threaten you? Not explicitly, but their manner left little doubt that declining to cooperate would have consequences. Jim's voice lowered. I told them I hadn't seen you in years, that we'd only spoken briefly by phone about Richard's estate matters. I don't think they believed me, but they left without pressing further.
I'm so sorry, Jim.
I never meant to put you in danger. Don't apologize. I went into this with open eyes. He paused. But Eleanor, the fact that they found me so quickly is concerning. It suggests resources beyond what a typical private investigation would employ. Commercial flight records, perhaps. Hotel registrations. Charles Harrington's connections, I murmured.
Exactly.
Which means you need to be extremely careful. Change locations if possible. Use cash only. And consider what your endgame is here, because they're escalating their efforts to find you. After hanging up, I sat on the edge of the bed, Richard's letter clutched in my hand, fear and fury warring within me. They were trying to have me declared mentally incompetent, just as Richard had warned, just as they had discussed while he was dying. My son, who I had raised with love and sacrifice, was actively working to strip me of my autonomy, my dignity, my freedom. All for money, all for control. Something hardened inside me, a resolve that felt both foreign and familiar. I had spent years shrinking myself to fit the role they had assigned me, the dependent mother, the grateful recipient of their generosity, the background figure who could be trotted out for holidays and then conveniently forgotten. No more. I found Sarah in the kitchen, already making coffee. One look at my face, and she set down the pot, concern etching her features. What's happened? I explained Jim's call, the visit from the private investigators, the claim that I had suffered a mental break. They're setting the stage, Sarah realized, horror dawning. Creating a narrative that you're unstable, that your lottery decisions are symptoms of mental decline. Exactly. I accepted the coffee she offered, its warmth failing to touch the cold determination settling in my bones. Which means I need to create a counter-narrative. One that protects me legally, financially, and, perhaps most importantly, publicly. What are you thinking? That secrets flourish in darkness, I replied, an idea taking shape. And that Charles Harrington's entire operation depends on his respectable public image. What if we threatened that image? Created our own insurance policy? Sarah's eyes widened. You mean expose him? Not directly. At least, not yet. I sipped my coffee, thoughts racing ahead. But prepare the means to do so, if necessary. Compile the evidence, arrange for its release if anything happens to me, or if they succeed in having me declared incompetent. A dead man switch, Sarah said slowly. Information that goes public automatically unless you periodically reset it.
Precisely.
Richard's documentation, the surveillance footage from my apartment showing Victoria breaking in, the recording of Michael's confession about Charles's criminal activities. I set down my cup, energized by the plan forming. We create multiple copies, store them with trusted individuals. Jim Andrews, your son-in-law at the newspaper, perhaps an investigative journalist with a national platform. And then, Sarah asked, once the insurance policy is in place? Then I return home, I said simply. I face them directly, armed with the knowledge that they can't touch me without risking everything they've built. Sarah stared at me, concern evident. That's incredibly risky, Eleanor. These people have already proven they're willing to invade your privacy, to lie about your mental state. Who knows what else they might do if cornered? I know, I acknowledged, but I can't run forever. And I can't abandon my grandchildren to that household, to those influences. I need to establish a position of strength from which I can negotiate, not just for my own freedom, but for their future. We spent the day executing the first part of my plan, organizing Richard's documentation along with my own evidence, creating digital copies, drafting a comprehensive narrative that explained the situation clearly. Sarah's son-in-law agreed to hold one set of the materials in the newspaper's secure server to be published as a feature investigation if he received a specific code from me, or if I failed to check in according to an established schedule. Jim Andrews, after initial reluctance, agreed to hold another set with similar instructions. This is dangerous ground, Eleanor, he warned during our call. But Richard would approve of your courage. Just promise me you'll prioritize your safety above all else. By evening, our insurance policy was in place. Multiple fail-safes that would ensure the truth about Charles Harrington's operations would become public knowledge if anything happened to me. It wasn't perfect protection, but it created leverage I hadn't possessed before. Are you sure about going back? Sarah asked as we sat on the porch, watching the sunset paint the lake in shades of gold and crimson. You could stay hidden longer, let them worry, let the pressure build. I'm sure, I replied, though my certainty was laced with fear. Every day I'm gone is another day my grandchildren are left in that environment. Another day for Michael and Victoria to construct their narrative about my mental state. I need to take control of this situation before it spirals further. Sarah nodded reluctantly. Then we go back tomorrow. But not to your apartment. That's the first place they'll be watching. Come to my house instead. We'll contact Michael from there, on your terms. That night, I slept surprisingly well. The peace of decision made, of action planned rather than reaction forced. In the morning, we packed our few belongings, cleaned the lake house to remove traces of our stay, and began the drive back to the city. Sarah's neighborhood was quiet, her modest colonial setback from the street behind mature oak trees. We entered through the garage to avoid being seen from the road, a precaution that felt surreal in its necessity. Inside, the familiar comfort of my friend's home, filled with books, art, photographs of her children and grandchildren, provided a stark contrast to the cold elegance of Michael and Victoria's mansion or the impersonal surveillance of my own apartment. Coffee first, Sarah insisted. Then battle plans. We were midway through our second cups when Sarah's security system chimed, announcing someone at the front door. Through the video feed, we saw Victoria, immaculately dressed as always, her posture rigid with tension. How did she know I was here? I whispered, panic rising. Sarah's expression hardened. She didn't. She's been coming by daily to check if I've heard from you. Persistent little vulture. The doorbell rang again, more insistently. I could ignore it, Sarah offered. Pretend I'm not home. I considered for a moment, then shook my head.
No.
This is actually perfect timing. Let's see what story she's peddling today. Sarah squeezed my hand supportively, then moved to answer the door while I remained in the kitchen, out of sight, but able to hear every word. Victoria, Sarah's voice carried clearly. What a surprise. Again. Sarah. Victoria's tone was honey over steel. I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd check if you've heard from Eleanor. We're all so worried. Still no word, Sarah replied coolly. Though I'm beginning to wonder why you're so concerned. Eleanor is a grown woman who mentioned wanting some time to herself. People do take vacations, you know. This isn't a vacation, Victoria insisted. She's withdrawn large sums of cash. She's not answering calls. She's made disturbing statements about disappearing. The police consider her a vulnerable missing person. The police. They'd actually reported me missing, building their paper trail of concern for my mental state. How interesting, Sarah replied, skepticism evident. And these disturbing statements, did she make them to you directly? A slight hesitation. Michael heard her on the phone discussing plans to leave the country with her lottery winnings. We're worried she's being manipulated by someone who sees her as an easy target. The irony was breathtaking. I stepped into the doorway, unable to contain myself any longer. The only people who have been manipulating me, Victoria, are you and Michael. Victoria's perfect composure shattered, her face registering shock before quickly rearranging itself into concerned relief. Eleanor, thank God you're safe. We've been so worried. Save it, I interrupted, stepping fully into the room. I know about the surveillance devices in my apartment. I have footage of you breaking in at 2 in the morning to go through my papers. I know about the plans to have me declared mentally incompetent so you could control my money. Victoria's face drained of color, but she recovered quickly. You're confused, Eleanor. Paranoid. This is exactly what we've been worried about. These delusions, these accusations. They're not delusions when I have proof, I countered. Just as I have proof of your father's money laundering operation and Michael's involvement in it. That stopped her cold. For perhaps the first time since I'd known her, Victoria Harrington Campbell was speechless. Yes, I continued, a calm settling over me despite the danger of the moment. Richard documented everything before he died. Names, dates, transactions, shell companies. I have it all. And I've arranged for it to be released to the press and the authorities if anything happens to me, or if any attempts are made to question my mental competence. Victoria's expression hardened, the pretense of concern evaporating. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Eleanor. No idea at all. I have a very clear idea, I replied. I'm dealing with people who value money and control above family, above basic human dignity. People who would surveil an elderly widow, who would break into her home, who would plot to strip her of her autonomy, all for financial gain. It's not that simple, Victoria hissed. You think this is about your pathetic lottery winnings? This is about survival, about protecting what we've built. What your father built on illegal money, I corrected. What you and Michael have protected through dishonesty and manipulation. Victoria glanced at Sarah, then back at me. Calculation evident in her eyes. What do you want? To blackmail us? Is that it? I want my freedom, I said simply. I want to be treated with respect. I want access to my grandchildren without interference. And yes, I want complete control over my own financial affairs without fear of being declared incompetent or having my home invaded. And in return? Her voice was cold, businesslike. In return, my insurance policy remains inactive. The documentation stays private unless you or Charles or anyone else in your organization moves against me. Victoria's laugh was brittle. You think it's that easy? That my father will simply allow you to hold this threat over our heads indefinitely? You have no idea who you're dealing with, Eleanor. Perhaps not, I acknowledged. But I know enough to understand that your father values his public image, his carefully constructed veneer of respectability. I imagine his clients do as well. How would they react to front-page exposés about their money laundering arrangements? To federal investigations triggered by anonymous tips? Something flickered in Victoria's eyes. Fear, perhaps, or recognition that I wasn't as powerless as she'd assumed. I'll need to discuss this with Michael, she said finally. And with my father. Of course, I replied. But understand that any move against me, any attempt to have me declared incompetent, any further surveillance, any threat to my person or my freedom will trigger the release of everything I know. Immediately and irreversibly. Victoria stared at me, reassessing, as if seeing me clearly for the first time. The meek, grateful mother-in-law who accepted scraps of attention and financial support had vanished, replaced by a woman who would no longer be controlled or diminished. I'll be in touch, she said finally, turning to leave. At the door, she paused, glancing back with an expression I couldn't quite read. For what it's worth, Eleanor, I never wanted it to come to this. None of us did. After she left, Sarah and I stood in silence for a long moment, the enormity of what had just transpired settling over us. Do you think it worked? Sarah asked finally. Will they back off? I don't know, I admitted. But I've changed the equation. They know I have leverage now, protection. That makes me less of an easy target. And more of a threat, Sarah pointed out worriedly. People like Charles Harrington don't respond well to threats. True, I acknowledged. But they also don't survive by making unnecessary enemies or taking foolish risks. My insurance policy makes moving against me a significant risk. We spent the remainder of the day in watchful waiting, jumping at every sound, checking the security cameras frequently. My prepaid phone remained silent. No calls from Michael, no further visits from Victoria. By evening, the tension had grown nearly unbearable. Maybe I should call Michael, I suggested. Force the issue. Sarah shook her head. Let them stew. Let them realize you're not reacting out of fear or impulse. You're operating from a position of strength now. Make them come to you. I knew she was right, but the waiting was excruciating. I kept thinking of James, withdrawn at school, upset when his father was late for pickup. Of Madeline, absorbing the tensions and schemes around her like a sponge. My grandchildren, caught in this web of lies and manipulation. Just after 9, headlights swept across Sarah's living room as a car pulled into the driveway. The security camera showed Michael, alone, sitting in his luxury sedan for several long minutes before finally emerging and approaching the front door. I'll talk to Malone, I told Sarah, but stay within earshot, just in case. She nodded, squeezing my hand before retreating to the kitchen, deliberately leaving the door ajar. I opened the front door before Michael could ring the bell. He looked terrible, unshaven, eyes bloodshot, his usual impeccable appearance noticeably frayed. Mom, he said, his voice hoarse. May I come in? I stepped aside silently, allowing him to enter, but maintaining distance between us. The son I had once held as a newborn, had taught to ride a bicycle, had nursed through childhood illnesses, now felt like a stranger, or worse, a threat. Victoria told me about your conversation, he began, standing awkwardly in Sarah's living room, making no move to sit. About the insurance policy you've arranged. Yes, I confirmed simply. You really have Dad's documentation? His research into Charles's business. I have everything, Michael. The surveillance footage from my apartment, recordings of our conversations, Richard's detailed notes and evidence, all arranged to go public if anything happens to me. He closed his eyes briefly, pain etching his features. You have no idea what you've done. The danger you've put yourself in, put all of us in. I know exactly what I've done, I replied. I've protected myself from people who are plotting to declare me mentally incompetent. People who invaded my privacy, my home, my dignity, all for control of money that wasn't theirs. It wasn't like that, he protested weakly. We were trying to protect you. By hiding cameras in my bedroom? By breaking into my apartment? By discussing ways to have me declared incompetent. I shook my head in disgust. Don't insult my intelligence, Michael. Not anymore. He sank onto Sarah's sofa, suddenly looking every bit his 43 years and more. You don't understand the position we're in, what Charles is capable of, what his associates would do if they thought their operation was at risk. Then explain it to me, I challenged. The full truth this time. No more partial confessions, no more manipulation. Michael looked up, conflict evident in his expression. For a moment, I glimpsed the boy he had once been. Honest, direct, capable of moral clarity before ambition and greed had corrupted him. Charles doesn't just launder money, he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. He launders reputations, creates new identities for people who need to disappear, Russian oligarchs facing sanctions, corrupt officials fleeing prosecution, criminals seeking legitimacy. The revelation sent a chill through me. This was worse than I had imagined, than Richard had documented. And you've been helping him, I stated rather than asked. Michael nodded miserably. At first, it was just managing investments, legitimate ones, or so I thought. Then gradually, more was expected. Setting up shell companies, creating false documentation, facilitating transactions through my investment firm. By the time I realized how deep it went, I was already implicated. Criminally liable. And Victoria? Was she part of this from the beginning? Victoria was born into it, Michael replied. She doesn't know any other way. Her entire life has been built around maintaining appearances, protecting the operation. I absorbed this, the pieces fitting together. Victoria's obsession with social status, with perfect appearances, with controlling every aspect of their family's public image. The children, I said, fear clutching at my heart. Do they know? Are they safe? They don't know anything, Michael assured me quickly. We've kept them completely separate from all of this. But, he hesitated. But what? Charles has begun talking about sending Madeline to a Swiss boarding school next year. For educational opportunities, he says, but I suspect it's to groom her, to bring her into the family business eventually, to ensure her loyalty. The thought of my bright, bossy 7-year-old granddaughter being molded into Victoria's image, cold, calculating, viewing people as either assets or liabilities, was unbearable. And you've allowed this? I demanded, anger flaring. You're her father, Michael. Your job is to protect her, not deliver her to a life of crime and moral corruption. What choice do I have? He asked, desperation in his voice.
I'm trapped, Mom. We all are.
If I object, if I try to take the children and leave, Charles would, well, people who threaten his operation don't tend to remain problems for long. The implication was clear and horrifying. My son, my grandchildren, were essentially hostages to Charles Harrington's criminal enterprise. There's always a choice, I said, though the situation seemed increasingly impossible. You could go to the authorities, seek protection. With what guarantee? Michael interrupted. Charles has people everywhere. And even if federal protection worked, what kind of life would that be for the children? New identities, always looking over our shoulders, never feeling safe. We sat in heavy silence, the magnitude of the situation weighing on us both. I had come into this confrontation seeking protection for myself, autonomy over my own life and finances. Now I was facing a much darker reality, one where my grandchildren's future, perhaps even their safety, hung in the balance. What does Charles want? I asked finally. Regarding me, my lottery winnings, the evidence I have? Michael's expression turned grim. He wants the evidence destroyed, all copies. He wants your silence, guaranteed. And yes, he wants control over your lottery winnings, not because he needs the money, but because any large sum coming into the family needs to be managed carefully, laundered through proper channels to avoid scrutiny. And if I refuse? He didn't specify consequences, Michael replied, not meeting my eyes. He rarely does explicitly, but the implication was clear. Another silence fell between us, heavy with unspoken threats and impossible choices. I need time to think, I said finally, to consider options. Michael nodded, rising to leave. I understand, but don't take too long, Mom. Charles isn't known for his patience. He paused at the door, turning back with a haunted expression. For what it's worth, I never wanted any of this. I never wanted to become this person. After he left, I sat motionless, overwhelmed by revelations far darker than I had anticipated. This wasn't just about money laundering, about control over my lottery winnings. This was about a criminal enterprise with international reach, about threats to my family's safety, about my grandchildren's future. Sarah emerged from the kitchen, her face pale. I heard everything, she said quietly, joining me on the sofa. My God, Eleanor. This is so much worse than we thought. Yes, I agreed, my mind racing through options, each seeming more impossible than the last. And it changes everything. What are you going to do? I stared out the window at the darkness beyond, feeling the weight of Richard's absence more acutely than I had in months. He would have known how to navigate this, how to protect our family from the monster our son-in-law had introduced into our lives. I don't know yet, I admitted. But whatever I decide, it needs to protect the children above all else. They're innocent in this, victims of their parents' choices, of Charles's influence. Sarah squeezed my hand. We'll figure it out, together. But as I sat there in the gathering darkness, Richard's letter heavy in my pocket, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was facing an impossible choice: my freedom or my grandchildren's safety, my financial independence or their future. And behind it all loomed Charles Harrington, a man I had met only at formal family gatherings, had dismissed as merely snobbish and status-obsessed, but who now emerged as something far more sinister. A man who eliminated problems permanently. A man who created new identities for criminals. A man who saw my lottery winnings not as a blessing, but as a threat to his carefully constructed empire of lies. The prepaid phone in my pocket buzzed with an incoming text. Unknown number. Decisions have consequences, Eleanor. Choose wisely.
C.
Charles Harrington, reaching out directly. Watching. Waiting. Threatening. My hand trembled as I showed the message to Sarah, whose eyes widened in alarm. How did he get this number? She whispered. It's a prepaid phone. No one has this number except Jim Andrews and me. The implications were chilling. Either Jim had been compromised, or Charles Harrington's reach extended to tracking prepaid phone purchases, to monitoring my movements even while I thought I was hidden. Another text arrived. Tomorrow.
Noon.
Your apartment. Come alone if you want a solution that protects everyone. I stared at the screen, ice sliding through my veins. Charles Harrington was summoning me to a private meeting in my own home, the space he had already violated through surveillance, through Victoria's midnight invasion. You can't go, Sarah said immediately. It's too dangerous. He could be planning anything. If I don't go, what then? I countered. He's made it clear he can find me anywhere. And the children. The thought of Madeline and James, unwitting pawns in this dangerous game, twisted my heart. Whatever Charles Harrington was planning, whatever solution he was offering, I needed to hear it, if only to understand the full scope of the threat facing my family. At least don't go alone, Sarah pleaded. Let me come with you or Jim. No, I said firmly. I won't put either of you at risk, but I won't be truly alone either. I held up the prepaid phone. Not with our insurance policy in place, not with the evidence ready to be released at a moment's notice. We argued late into the night, Sarah proposing alternatives, calling the FBI directly, fleeing with the evidence, even confronting Victoria and demanding she help extract the children from Charles's influence. Each option seemed fraught with risk, with potential for catastrophic consequences. In the end, exhaustion claimed us both without resolution. I retired to Sarah's guest room, the prepaid phone clutched in my hand like a talisman, Richard's letter under my pillow. Sleep eluded me. I lay awake, watching shadows play across the ceiling, remembering Michael as a child, his first steps, his graduation, the pride in his eyes when he introduced me to Victoria. Where had I lost him? When had money and status become more important than the values Richard and I had tried to instill? And more urgently, how could I protect my grandchildren from the corrupting influence that had claimed their father? Dawn was breaking when clarity finally came. Not a perfect solution, there was none to be had, but a path forward that might protect what mattered most. I rose, made coffee in Sarah's kitchen, and waited for her to join me. When she appeared, rumpled with sleep, but eyes alert with concern, I laid out my plan. I'm going to meet with Charles, I began, raising a hand to forestall her objection. But on my terms, not his. And with protections in place beyond just our evidence insurance policy. What kind of protections? Sarah asked warily. Legal ones, financial ones, and most importantly, protections for the children. I sipped my coffee, the plan solidifying as I spoke it aloud. I'm going to offer Charles a deal, one that serves his interests while securing what matters most to me. What could you possibly offer him that he would accept? Sarah's skepticism was understandable. A clean resolution to the problem I represent, I replied. My silence, my cooperation with whatever financial arrangements he requires for my lottery winnings, in exchange for legally binding guarantees about the children's future and my own autonomy. You can't trust him to honor any agreement, Sarah protested. This man breaks laws for a living. I don't need to trust him, I explained. I just need to make the agreement more beneficial to honor than to break, and to maintain our insurance policy as leverage. We spent the morning refining the plan, consulting with Jim Andrews by phone, preparing documents that would form the basis of my counteroffer to Charles Harrington. By 11, I was ready as I could be to face a man who eliminated problems permanently. Sarah drove me to my apartment building, parking across the street where she would have a clear view of the entrance. If you're not out by 1, or if you don't text the all-clear code, I'm calling Jim and triggering the evidence release, she said firmly. Agreed. I hugged her tightly, drawing strength from her friendship.
Thank you, Sarah.
For everything. Just be careful, she whispered. And remember who you're dealing with. As if I could forget. My apartment felt strange after days away, familiar yet altered by the knowledge of what had transpired within its walls. The surveillance devices had been removed by the security company, but their phantom presence lingered, a violation that could never be fully erased. I made tea, a ritual that had always calmed me, and waited for Charles Harrington to arrive. Precisely at noon, a sharp knock came at my door. Taking a deep breath, I opened it to find Charles standing in the hallway, tall, silver-haired, impeccably dressed as always, his patrician features arranged in a cordial smile that didn't reach his cold eyes. Eleanor, he greeted me, as if this were a social call. May I come in? I stepped aside silently, allowing him to enter but not offering him a seat. This was my home, my territory, despite his previous violations of it. Charles glanced around the modest apartment, taking in the worn furniture, the framed photographs of Richard and Michael, the small touches that made it home. His expression revealed nothing, neither disdain nor appreciation. I understand we have matters to discuss, he said finally, turning to face me. Matters of mutual concern. Yes, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. Though I'm not sure our concerns are entirely mutual, Charles. A thin smile. Perhaps not, but they are connected. Your recent financial windfall has created complications for my family, for our business interests. You mean your money laundering operation? I said bluntly. Your creation of new identities for criminals. The illegal enterprise my son has been drawn into. Charles's expression didn't change, but something hardened in his eyes. Direct, aren't you? Richard would be proud. He always did appreciate straightforwardness, even when it was imprudent. The mention of Richard sent a chill through me. Let's not pretend to pleasantries, Charles. You've made threats. You've had my home invaded, my privacy violated. You've discussed having me declared mentally incompetent. Let's be clear about what kind of conversation this is. Very well. He unbuttoned his suit jacket, taking a seat uninvited on my sofa. Clarity it is. You possess information that could damage my organization. Information you've arranged to make public if anything happens to you. A clever precaution, I admit. Not just if something happens to me, I corrected. If any attempt is made to control my finances or question my competence. If I'm prevented from seeing my grandchildren. If I don't check in according to a predetermined schedule. The triggers are multiple and automatic. Charles nodded, as if appreciating a worthy opponent's move. Comprehensive, but ultimately futile, Eleanor. Do you really think I haven't faced threats before? Haven't dealt with people who thought they had leverage over me? I'm sure you have, I acknowledged. Just as I'm sure you've eliminated those problems permanently, as Michael put it. But consider the cost in this case. If your operation is exposed, what happens to Victoria? To Michael? To your grandchildren? Are you willing to sacrifice them to protect your criminal enterprise? For the first time, a flicker of genuine emotion crossed his face. Anger, certainly, but also something that might have been concern. You seem to think you have the upper hand, he said, voice deceptively soft. But you're playing a game whose rules you don't fully understand, Eleanor. Do you know what happens to families of informants? To children whose parents are imprisoned for financial crimes? The foster care system is not kind to those with our family's profile. The threat to my grandchildren was explicit now, and it took every ounce of strength not to react visibly. Which brings me to my proposal, I said, crossing to the kitchen table where I'd laid out the documents prepared with Jim's help. A solution that protects everyone's interests, including, most importantly, the children. Charles raised an eyebrow, curiosity momentarily overriding his intimidation tactics. He followed me to the table, glancing down at the papers. What exactly are you proposing? A legal arrangement that gives you what you want most, control over how my lottery winnings are invested, my silence regarding your operations, while guaranteeing what I need, my autonomy, my freedom from surveillance and interference, and most crucially, provisions for Madeline and James's future. I slid the first document toward him. This establishes a trust for my lottery winnings, with investment decisions made by financial advisors of your choosing, laundered through whatever channels you deem appropriate. I don't care about the money, Charles. I never did. He scanned the document, his expression giving nothing away. And in return, I presented the second document. Legal guardianship of Madeline and James transfers to me in the event of any problems with Michael and Victoria. No Swiss boarding schools. No grooming them for the family business. Their education funded through separate trusts that you cannot touch. Charles's eyes narrowed. You're asking me to give up control of my grandchildren's future. I'm asking you to ensure they have a future that doesn't include criminal charges, witness protection, or worse, I countered. I'm offering you a clean way to control the money that concerns you while protecting the children from the life you've chosen for yourself and your daughter. And the evidence you've collected? He asked, his voice dangerously quiet. Remains in place as insurance that these agreements will be honored, I replied firmly, but never released if you comply with the terms. Charles studied me, reassessment evident in his gaze. You surprise me, Eleanor. Richard never mentioned your strategic thinking. There's a lot about me that has been consistently underestimated, I replied. By your daughter.
By my son.
Perhaps by you. For the first time, Charles Harrington's smile seemed genuine, a predator's appreciation for unexpected resistance. Indeed. Though I wonder if you've considered all angles. These documents would need to be filed, notarized. They create a paper trail connecting our families in ways that might invite scrutiny. Jim Andrews has found ways around that, I explained. The agreements can be structured through holding companies, through legitimate business relationships that would withstand casual investigation. He's quite resourceful, as Richard always said. Jim Andrews, Charles mused. Another loose end. A loose end with his own insurance policies, I countered. As I said, we've been thorough. Charles rose, pacing my small living room, clearly weighing options, calculating risks. I remained seated, watching him, projecting a calm I didn't entirely feel. You realize, he said finally, that accepting these terms would be an unprecedented concession on my part. I don't typically negotiate with problems. I'm not a problem, Charles. I'm family. Like it or not, our lives are connected through those children. I'm offering a solution that protects your interests while securing their future. It's rational, not emotional. He stopped pacing, fixing me with a penetrating stare. And if I refuse? If I decide the risk you represent outweighs the benefits of this arrangement? I met his gaze steadily. Then we both lose. The evidence is released. Your operation is exposed. Victoria and Michael face criminal charges. The children enter the system you just described as unkind. And whatever happens to me becomes irrelevant in the face of that destruction. We stayed locked in that silent confrontation for what felt like an eternity, two adversaries measuring each other's resolve. Finally, Charles Harrington, money launderer, criminal facilitator, architect of an empire built on lies, did the last thing I expected.
He laughed.
Richard chose well, he said, shaking his head in what almost appeared to be admiration. All these years, I thought Victoria had married beneath her station. But you Campbells, you have steel in your spines after all. He picked up the documents, folding them precisely and placing them in his inside jacket pocket. I'll have my lawyers review these. Expect counterproposals on the specifics. But the framework, he nodded slowly. The framework has merit. Relief threatened to weaken my knees, but I remained outwardly composed. How soon? 48 hours, he replied. These matters required delicacy. As he moved toward the door, he paused, turning back with an expression I couldn't quite interpret. You should know, Eleanor, that this doesn't make us friends. It makes us business associates with aligned interests. Nothing more. I would expect nothing else, I replied. And Charles? The surveillance of my home, my activities, it stops.
Completely.
That's non-negotiable. He inclined his head slightly. Agreed. Though I hope you understand if I verify your compliance with our arrangement through other means. As long as those means don't invade my privacy or my home, you may verify whatever you wish. At the door, he delivered a final, chilling reminder. The children are fortunate to have you as their advocate, Eleanor. But remember, if circumstances change, if you ever reconsider the wisdom of our arrangement, they remain my grandchildren too. And my reach is considerable. After he left, I sank onto the sofa, trembling with delayed reaction. I had faced Charles Harrington, had negotiated rather than begged, had potentially secured protection for my grandchildren and myself. It wasn't victory. There could be no true victory in such a situation, but it was perhaps the best possible outcome given impossible circumstances. I texted Sarah the all-clear code, then sat in the silence of my apartment, thinking of Richard, of the journals that had led me to this moment, of the life we had built that had somehow led our son into darkness. The prepaid phone buzzed with an incoming call. Michael. Mom. His voice was tense, uncertain. Are you all right? Did Charles? I'm fine, I interrupted. Your father-in-law and I have reached an understanding. One that protects everyone's interests. A long pause. What kind of understanding? One that gives him control over my lottery winnings while ensuring my autonomy and the children's future. I kept my voice neutral, factual. One that keeps your secrets while protecting what matters most to me. Mom. Michael's voice cracked. I don't know what to say. I never meant for any of this to happen. For you to be drawn into this world. But I was drawn in, I replied. The moment you decided to follow Charles into his criminal enterprise. The moment you and Victoria discussed having me declared incompetent. The moment you planted surveillance devices in my home. I'm sorry, he whispered, the words seeming woefully inadequate. For everything. I believe you are, I said, surprising myself with the realization that I did believe him. But sorry doesn't change what's happened, Michael. It doesn't restore trust. It doesn't erase the fact that you were willing to sacrifice my dignity, my autonomy, for money and control. What happens now, he asked. Between us? It was the question I'd been asking myself since discovering the first camera, since reading Richard's letter, since confronting the truth about what my son had become. I don't know, I admitted. But I know this. I will be in my grandchildren's lives. I will do everything in my power to show them a different path than the one you and Victoria have chosen. And I will never again allow myself to be diminished or controlled by anyone, not even family. Especially not family. After we hung up, I sat in the gathering dusk, alone in my apartment that no longer felt quite like home. The victory, such as it was, tasted bittersweet. I had secured my freedom, my autonomy, potentially even my grandchildren's future, but at the cost of fully recognizing what my son had become, what our family had become. Yet underneath the sorrow was something else, a quiet strength I hadn't known I possessed. The woman who had accepted scraps of attention, who had smiled through humiliation at Thanksgiving dinner, who had believed herself dependent and powerless, was gone. In her place stood someone who had faced down Charles Harrington himself and negotiated terms rather than surrendering. Richard would indeed have been proud. The prepaid phone buzzed once more, a text from a number I didn't recognize. The arrangements are proceeding. Documentation will be delivered tomorrow for review. Your apartment is now clear of surveillance. Consider our business arrangement activated.
共话.
Charles Harrington, a man who eliminated problems permanently, had chosen to negotiate with me instead. had recognized in me an adversary worth accommodating rather than destroying. It wasn't the life I had imagined for myself when Richard died, when Michael withdrew into his world of wealth and status, when I found myself increasingly isolated and dependent. It certainly wasn't what I had envisioned when those 6 lottery numbers changed my financial reality. But it was a life on my terms. A life where I was no longer the punchline to a cruel joke about dependency. A life where I could protect what mattered most, the futures of 2 children caught in a web not of their making. As night fell, I made a decision. This apartment, with its memories of invasion and surveillance, would never feel truly safe again. It was time for a fresh start. Not a house by the ocean as I had once mentioned to Michael and Victoria, but something else. Something representative of this new chapter. I picked up the prepaid phone and dialed Sarah's number. "It's done," I told her when she answered. "Charles has agreed to the terms. The documents are being prepared." "Thank God," she breathed. "Are you okay? Do you need me to come over?" "I'm fine," I assured her. "Better than fine, actually. I've made a decision, Sarah. I'm going to sell this apartment, find somewhere new to live. Somewhere without the shadow of surveillance and invasion." "That's wonderful," she said warmly. "Any ideas where?" I smiled, the plan crystallizing as I spoke it aloud. "Somewhere close to Westfield Academy. Somewhere where I can be part of my grandchildren's daily lives, not just on holidays or when it's convenient for Michael and Victoria. Somewhere I can create new memories, a new legacy." "Eleanor Campbell," Sarah said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "You are the strongest person I know. Richard would be so proud of you." Yes, I agreed, looking at the framed photograph of my late husband on the side table, his kind eyes seeming to meet mine across the divide of years and death. I think he would. As I prepared for bed that night, I took Richard's letter from my purse, rereading his final words to me. "My greatest regret is leaving you to face this alone. My greatest comfort is knowing your strength, a strength you've often underestimated, but I have witnessed countless times throughout our life together." He had seen in me what I had not yet recognized in myself, the capacity to stand firm against threats and manipulation, to protect what mattered most, to reclaim my dignity and autonomy when they were threatened. My phone chimed with a final text for the evening, this one from Victoria. "My father informed me of your arrangement. Madeline and James would like to see their grandmother this weekend. Saturday, 2 p.m., our house. If that's convenient." Not a warm invitation, certainly, but a concession nonetheless. A recognition that the power dynamic had shifted, that I was no longer someone to be managed and controlled, but a person whose terms must be considered. I replied simply, "I'll be there." "Thank you." Outside my window, the city lights twinkled in the darkness, the same view I had contemplated when reading Richard's journals, when discovering the surveillance devices, when first learning of my lottery win. Everything had changed, yet everything remained the same. I was still Eleanor Campbell, widow, mother, grandmother, former nurse. But I was also something more now, a woman who had faced darkness and emerged not untouched, but undefeated. Tomorrow would bring legal documents, negotiations over specifics, the beginning of a strange new relationship with Charles Harrington and his criminal enterprise. It would bring planning for a new home, for a more present role in my grandchildren's lives, for the European trip Richard and I had dreamed of that I still intended to take. It would bring complications and challenges I couldn't yet foresee. But it would also bring something I had almost forgotten was possible, a future determined by my choices, not by others' control. Freedom, not just financial, but emotional and psychological. The chance to show Madeline and James that there were paths other than the one their parents and grandfather had chosen. As I drifted toward sleep, Richard's words echoed in my mind. "You are worthy of respect, of dignity, of happiness, regardless of what our son or his wife might have led you to believe." For the first time since his death, I truly believed it. When the private investigator handed me the flash drive, I learned my son had created offshore accounts in my name months before I won the lottery. That night, as I confronted him at his charity gala, I realized his betrayal began long before my windfall. That's when I understood that sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who share your blood. If you're watching this, subscribe now and comment if you've ever discovered someone was setting you up as their fall person. Because what I did next shocked even me. The first signs of spring were emerging, crocuses pushing through the still cold earth, birdsong returning to morning skies, when the documents arrived finalizing my arrangement with Charles Harrington. 3 weeks had passed since our confrontation in my apartment, weeks filled with legal consultations, counteroffers, and the strange dance of negotiating with a man who eliminated problems permanently. Jim Andrews had been invaluable, reviewing each clause with meticulous attention, ensuring that the final agreement protected me as fully as possible while giving Charles what he wanted: control over how my lottery winnings were invested and assurance that his criminal enterprises would remain unexposed. "It's as good as we're going to get," Jim said, placing the final version on Sarah's kitchen table where I'd been staying while apartment hunting. "The trust structure for your grandchildren is particularly solid. Even Charles can't touch those funds without triggering multiple legal alarms." I signed where indicated, my signature creating a pact with a devil I hadn't chosen but couldn't avoid. "What happens now?" Sarah asked, watching as Jim collected the documents into his briefcase. "Now we wait to see if Charles honors his end of the bargain," I replied. "And I move forward with my life, on my terms, not theirs." My terms included finding a new home, one without the taint of surveillance and invasion. With Sarah's help, I'd spent weeks exploring neighborhoods near Westfield Academy, finally settling on a bright corner unit in a secure building just 3 blocks from the school. The purchase was being finalized that week, my first independent financial decision in years, made possible by an initial disbursement from my lottery winnings that Charles had reluctantly approved. "Will you feel safe there?" Jim asked, concern evident in his eyes. "Even with this agreement, these people are still dangerous." I finished for him. "I know. But the alternative is living in fear, letting them control me through intimidation." "I won't do that, Jim." "I can't." He nodded, understanding. "Richard always said you were the strongest person he knew." "I'm beginning to see why." After Jim left, Sarah and I celebrated with a glass of wine, toasting this precarious victory. "To new beginnings," Sarah said, raising her glass. "And to showing those vultures that Eleanor Campbell is nobody's victim." "I'll drink to that," I replied, though uncertainty lingered beneath my determined exterior. The agreement with Charles was a stalemate at best, a temporary truce between unequal powers. I had no illusions about the man's character or his willingness to honor agreements that no longer served his interests, which was why the insurance policy remained in place. Richard's documentation and my own evidence still held by multiple parties, ready to be released if anything happened to me or if the terms of our arrangement were violated. It wasn't perfect protection, but it was leverage. And in dealing with the Harrington family, leverage was everything. The next day brought my first real test of the new dynamic, my scheduled visit with Madeline and James at Michael and Victoria's home. I dressed carefully, choosing an outfit that projected confidence without ostentation, a far cry from the darned sweaters and worn coats that had once marked me as the poor relation. "Call me when you're leaving," Sarah instructed as I prepared to depart. "And remember, you're there on equal footing now, not as a supplicant. Don't let Victoria push you around." The drive to Greenwich felt shorter than usual, perhaps because I was no longer dreading the subtle humiliations that had once characterized these visits. The mansion loomed as imposing as ever, its manicured grounds and pristine facade a monument to the wealth and status Victoria cherished above all else. Michael opened the door before I could ring the bell, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, wariness, shame, perhaps even a hint of relief. "Mom," he said, stepping aside to let me enter. "You look different." "New clothes," I replied simply. "New perspective." Victoria appeared in the foyer, her smile brittle but present, a concession to our new arrangement. "Eleanor, the children are in the garden. They've been looking forward to seeing you." This was new, no relegation to the kitchen, no immediate assignment of household tasks disguised as helping out. I was being treated, if not quite as an honored guest, then at least as a person worthy of basic courtesy. Thank you, Victoria, I said, matching her polite but distant tone. I've been looking forward to seeing them as well. The garden was a showpiece of professional landscaping, not a weed or withered bloom in sight, paths swept clean of any fallen petals or leaves. Madeline and James were seated at a small wrought iron table, a tea set arranged before them with the precision that characterized everything in Victoria's domain. James spotted me first, his small face lighting up with genuine joy. Grandma! He abandoned the carefully arranged tea party, racing across the lawn to throw himself into my arms. I held him tightly, breathing in the scent of his hair, feeling the solid warmth of his small body against mine. This was what mattered. This was what I had faced Charles Harrington to protect. I missed you, James whispered against my neck. Mommy said you were traveling. I was, I replied. Not quite a lie. But I'm back now. And I've missed you terribly. Madeline approached more sedately, her 7-year-old dignity already a mirror of her mother's controlled demeanor. But when I opened my arm to include her in the embrace, she stepped into it without hesitation, her small arms wrapping around my waist. Are you going away again? She asked, her voice small despite her attempt at composure. Not for a while, I assured her, smoothing her perfectly braided hair. In fact, I've bought a new apartment very close to your school. We'll be able to see each other much more often. Madeline's eyes widened. Really? Can we visit after school sometimes? If your parents agree, yes. I'd love that. We settled at the tea table, the children eagerly updating me on their lives. James's solo in the kindergarten concert, which I had missed, Madeline's victory in the school spelling bee, the new piano lessons they had both begun. Daddy says I'm a natural, James declared proudly. But Madeline practices more, so she's better. That's because I'm older, Madeline explained with the patient superiority of an elder sibling. And because I don't get distracted by bugs and stuff during practice. Their dynamic was so normal, so wonderfully childlike, that it was easy to forget the darkness surrounding their family, the criminal enterprises, the threats, the manipulations. Looking at them, innocently sipping their tea and competing for my attention, I renewed my silent vow to protect them from Charles Harrington's influence, from the path their parents had chosen. Victoria appeared halfway through our tea party, hovering at the garden's edge like a sentinel. Children, it's time for your piano practice. Say goodbye to your grandmother. The abrupt end to our visit stung, but it was progress that I'd been allowed this time with them at all. Before, my visits had been even more curtailed, my interactions constantly supervised. Will you come to my concert next week, Grandma? James asked as he reluctantly rose from the table. I have a solo. I wouldn't miss it for anything, I promised, hugging him once more. As the children disappeared into the house, Victoria lingered, her posture rigid, her expression unreadable. I understand you've purchased an apartment near Westfield Academy, she said, her tone carefully neutral. Yes, I confirmed, meeting her gaze directly. I'm looking forward to being more present in the children's lives. The agreement with my father specifies reasonable access, Victoria reminded me, a hint of her old coldness emerging. Not daily interference. Seeing my grandchildren after school occasionally hardly constitutes interference, Victoria. I kept my voice level, refusing to be baited into the old dynamic where she dictated and I acquiesced. But I'm sure we can work out a schedule that respects everyone's boundaries. Something flashed in her eyes, frustration, perhaps, at my newfound assertiveness. Michael tells me you're planning that European trip you've always talked about. When do you leave? The question seemed innocuous, but I sensed an undercurrent. In a few months, after I'm settled in the new apartment. Why do you ask? She shrugged elegantly. Just making conversation. Planning the children's schedule. But I didn't believe her. The Harringtons didn't make small talk. They gathered information, tested boundaries, looked for weaknesses. I'll provide specific dates when they're confirmed, I replied. And of course, I'll ensure my travel doesn't interfere with important events in the children's lives. Victoria nodded, a dismissal clear in her posture. Michael will see you out. As I walked through the house toward the front door, I noticed subtle changes since my last visit before Thanksgiving. New security cameras in discreet corners, a keypad lock on Michael's study door that hadn't been there before, an unfamiliar man in a dark suit sitting in the living room who watched me pass with calculating eyes. Michael was waiting in the foyer, hands thrust into his pockets, shoulders hunched in what seemed like perpetual tension these days. "The children have missed you," he said as he walked me to my car. "Especially James. He asks about you constantly." "I've missed them too," I replied. "More than I can express." He hesitated, glancing back at the house before continuing in a lower voice. "Mom, there's something you should know. About Charles. About the arrangement." My pulse quickened. "What about it?" "He's having you watched," Michael whispered. "Not in your apartment. He's honoring that part of the agreement. But your movements, your phone calls, your new apartment purchase. He knows everything." Though I'd suspected as much, the confirmation sent a chill through me. "Why are you telling me this?" Michael looked away, conflict evident in his expression. "Because despite everything, you're still my mother. And because I'm not completely the person you think I've become. Not yet, anyway." Before I could respond, Victoria appeared at the front door, her gaze sharp. "Michael? My father's on the phone. He needs to speak with you immediately." The moment of connection, of my son perhaps attempting to reclaim some shred of decency, shattered. "I have to go," Michael said, already turning away. "Take care, Mom." As I drove back to Sarah's house, my mind raced with implications. Charles was having me watched, expected, but unsettling nonetheless. Michael had warned me, unexpected, and potentially significant. Was there still something of the son I'd raised beneath the corrupt businessman he'd become? Or was this another manipulation, a good cop/bad cop routine orchestrated by the Harringtons? Sarah was waiting anxiously when I arrived, relief washing over her face as I walked through the door. "How did it go? Were they civil? Did you see the children?" "Better than expected," I replied, settling onto her sofa to recount the visit. When I mentioned Michael's warning, her expression darkened. "Do you believe him?" she asked. "After everything?" "I don't know," I admitted. There seemed to be genuine concern, but with the Harringtons, nothing is ever straightforward. Every interaction has layers, angles I can't always see. "What matters is that you're aware," Sarah said practically. "If Charles is having you watched, be careful what you say and do in public. And maybe we should consider counter-surveillance."
No, y interrupta firmly.
"I won't live that way, Sarah." Constantly looking over my shoulder, seeing threats in every shadow. "The agreement gives me freedom from direct surveillance in my home. That will have to be enough." She didn't look convinced, but nodded reluctantly. "Just promise me you'll be careful. These people play by different rules than we do." "I promise," I assured her, though we both knew careful might not be enough when dealing with the Harrington family. The next week brought James's concert, a chaotic affair of kindergartners singing with more enthusiasm than skill, but James's solo, a sweet rendition of "You Are My Sunshine," brought tears to my eyes. I sat in the audience several rows behind Michael and Victoria, noting the empty seat beside them where Charles Harrington should have been, supporting his grandson. After the performance, I approached cautiously, conscious of the boundaries our arrangement had established. Victoria spotted me first, her smile automatic and public, the perfect mother sharing a family moment. "Eleanor," she greeted me. "Wasn't James wonderful?" "Absolutely," I agreed, smiling at my grandson who was bouncing with excitement. "You were magnificent, James. I'm so proud of you." "Did you hear me?" he asked, eyes wide. I didn't forget any words. I heard every perfect note, I assured him, resisting the urge to gather him into a hug, aware of Victoria's watchful gaze. "Grandma's coming to dinner," Madeline announced suddenly, looking up from her tablet. "Right, Mom? You said Grandma would come to dinner after James's concert." Victoria's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "I said we might invite Grandmother to dinner sometime, Madeline. Not specifically tonight." "But James did so well," Madeline persisted, displaying a stubbornness I recognized from my own genetic contribution. "And Grandma hasn't seen my new piano piece. She should come tonight." A familiar tension descended, the children wanting my presence, Victoria seeking to limit it, Michael caught between family loyalty and his wife's preferences. To my surprise, it was Michael who broke the impasse. Madeline's right. Mom should come to dinner tonight to celebrate James's performance. Victoria's expression flickered with annoyance before smoothing into acceptance. Of course. Eleanor, we'd be delighted if you'd join us. Around 6. It wasn't a genuine invitation, but it was progress, an acknowledgement of my place in the children's lives, however reluctant. I'd love to, I replied, careful not to sound too eager. Thank you. Dinner at the Harrington Campbell Mansion was a study in contrasts, the warmth of the children's enthusiasm set against the cool formality of Victoria's hosting, the genuine pleasure I felt being included in this family moment undermined by the knowledge of what lay beneath the surface. The man I'd noticed during my previous visit, clearly security of some kind, was present again, dining in the kitchen with a housekeeper rather than joining us, but his watchful presence was a reminder of the world Charles Harrington inhabited. A world my son had entered, dragging his family with him. Grandma, are you really moving close to our school? Madeline asked as we were served dessert, an elaborate concoction Victoria had ordered from her favorite pâtisserie. Yes, sweetheart. In fact, I get the keys to my new apartment next week. Can we see it? James asked excitedly. Can we help you move in?
Victoria intervened smoothly.
Grandmother will be very busy settling in, children. Perhaps we can visit once she's properly established. Actually, I said, maintaining a pleasant tone, I'd love the children's help. Perhaps they could assist me in choosing some items for their guest room. Guest room?
Victoria echoed, wherein is evident. Yes.
The apartment has 2 bedrooms. I thought it would be nice for the children to have their own space when they visit. I smiled at my grandchildren, whose faces had lit up at the prospect. If that works with your schedule, of course. It was a deliberate challenge, not aggressive, but clear. I was establishing my right to have my grandchildren in my home, to build a relationship with them independent of Victoria's controlling influence. Michael cleared his throat. That sounds reasonable. Perhaps next weekend, if you're settled by then? Victoria's displeasure was evident only in the slight tightening of her grip on her wine glass. We'll need to check the children's schedules. They have so many activities. I'm free on Saturday, James announced. No soccer until next month. Me too, Madeline added quickly. My piano lesson is in the morning, but I'm free after lunch. Outmaneuvered by her own children, Victoria had no choice but to acquiesce. Saturday afternoon, then. If you're certain you'll be ready for visitors so soon after moving in. I'll make sure of it, I promised, sharing a conspiratorial smile with my grandchildren. As I prepared to leave that evening, Michael walked me to my car, once again creating a moment of privacy away from Victoria's watchful gaze. Thank you for coming tonight, he said, his voice low. The children were thrilled. Thank you for inviting me, I replied. It means a lot to be included. He hesitated, conflict evident in his expression. Mom, about what I said before, about Charles having you watched. Be especially careful around a man named Dmitry Korsakov. He's one of Charles's associates. Russian. Dangerous. If you see him, tall, scarred left cheek, always in expensive suits, go the other way. Immediately. The specificity of the warning sent a chill through me. Why are you telling me this, Michael? Why now? He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so reminiscent of Richard that my heart ached despite everything. Because things are shifting. Charles has new partners, new pressures. The arrangement you made with him is holding for now, but I don't know for how long. Just be careful. Before I could press for details, Victoria called from the doorway. Michael, it's getting late. The children need to prepare for bed. He squeezed my hand briefly. Take care, Mom. And maybe reconsider that European trip. Later might be better than sooner. The cryptic warning lingered as I drove back to Sarah's house, where I'd be spending my final few days before moving into my new apartment. Michael's behavior was increasingly difficult to interpret. Was he genuinely concerned for my safety, or playing some role in a larger Harrington scheme? Was he trying to protect me, or manipulate me for his own purposes? The truth, I suspected, was somewhere in between. My son caught in currents he couldn't control, trying to navigate between the criminal world he'd entered and the values he'd been raised with. Trying, perhaps, to protect both his children and his mother from the full consequences of his choices. Moving day arrived bright and clear, a perfect spring morning that felt like a good omen for this new chapter. Sarah and I had spent the previous week shopping for essentials, a new bed and linens, kitchen supplies, comfortable furniture that reflected my taste rather than financial constraints. "It feels like starting over," I remarked as we unpacked boxes in the sunlit living room of my new apartment. At 67, who would have thought? "Never too late," Sarah replied, arranging books on the shelves we'd assembled. "And this place is perfect, Eleanor. Secure building, doorman 3 blocks from the grandkids' school. You've done well." "We've done well," I corrected, grateful for her unwavering support through the tumultuous months since Thanksgiving. By Saturday afternoon, the apartment was ready for visitors, not fully decorated, but comfortable and welcoming. I'd paid particular attention to the second bedroom, creating a space where Madeline and James would feel at home. Bunk beds with colorful linens, bookshelves stocked with titles I remembered Michael loving as a child, art supplies, and a small keyboard for piano practice. At precisely 2 o'clock, the doorman called to announce their arrival. Moments later, James burst through the door, his energy filling the space instantly. "Grandma, your new house is in a tower," he exclaimed, clearly impressed by the high-rise building. "And there's a man downstairs who has to let people in. Like a castle." "A doorman, silly," Madeline corrected, following more sedately, but with equal curiosity. "It's for security." Michael entered last, carrying a plant, a housewarming gift, he explained. Victoria was notably absent, having discovered a last-minute conflict that morning. "She sends her regrets," Michael said, not quite meeting my eyes. We both knew it was a lie, but one that maintained the polite fiction of our arrangement. "Of course," I replied, accepting the plant. "Well, would you like a tour? It's not a large space, but it's mine." The children explored enthusiastically, exclaiming over the views from the windows, the modern kitchen, the bathroom with its deep tub. When we reached their room, their reactions made every penny of my lottery winnings worthwhile. "Bunk beds," James shouted, immediately climbing the ladder to claim the top bunk. "And look, dinosaur sheets." Madeline was drawn to the keyboard, fingers tentatively picking out the beginning of the piece she'd been practicing. "Is this really for us?" she asked, a rare vulnerability in her expression. "Absolutely," I assured her. "This is your space whenever you visit, which I hope will be often." Michael stood in the doorway, watching his children's excitement with a complicated expression, pleasure at their joy, perhaps, mixed with awareness of all that had transpired to make this moment possible. "It's wonderful, Mom," he said quietly. "You've thought of everything." "Not everything," I replied. "The walls need art, and I thought the children might like to help choose what goes up. I've set aside some time at the gallery down the street, if that works with your schedule." James bounced on the bed. "Can we, Dad? Please." "Of course," Michael agreed, checking his watch. "We have a couple of hours before we need to get back." The gallery visit was a delight, the children moving through the space with unexpected seriousness, considering each piece carefully before making their selections. James chose a vibrant abstract that he declared looked like a dinosaur party, while Madeline selected a serene landscape that reminded her of a story I'd read her years ago. As we were completing the purchases, I noticed Michael tense beside me, his gaze fixed on someone across the street through the gallery's front window.
"Dad."
Madeline tugged at his sleeve, sensing his sudden distraction. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, sweetheart," he replied, too quickly. "Why don't you and James go look at those sculptures in the back? The shiny ones you liked." Once the children were out of earshot, Michael leaned close to me, his voice barely above a whisper. "The man across the street. Don't look directly. Dark coat, silver hair. That's Dmitry Korsakov." A chill ran through me. The Russian associate Michael had specifically warned me about, the one he'd told me to avoid at all costs. "Is he following us?" I asked, keeping my voice level despite the alarm rising within me. "Not us.
You.
Michael's expression was grim.
He's been there since we arrived.
Mom, this isn't good. Korsakov doesn't do surveillance, he's an enforcer. An enforcer? The euphemism didn't mask the implication. But the agreement with Charles might not matter if Korsakov's involved, Michael interrupted. He operates independently sometimes, especially when significant money is involved. The gallery owner approached with our wrapped purchases, smiling obliviously to the tension between us. All set. These will look lovely in your new home. Michael thanked her, his public face revealing none of his concern. As we collected the children and prepared to leave, he positioned himself between us and the door, shielding us from direct view of the street. Take the children straight home, I told him quietly. I'll head in the opposite direction. See if he follows me. Absolutely not, Michael replied firmly. If he's following you, there's a reason, and it's not a good one. We all go together.
Now.
The unexpected protectiveness, so at odds with the son who had mocked my financial dependence at Thanksgiving, who had planted surveillance devices in my home, caught me off guard. Why the concern, Michael? After everything? He met my gaze directly for the first time in months. Because you're my mother. And because I've already compromised too many of Dad's values. I won't add your safety to that list. We left the gallery together, Michael keeping the children between us, his posture alert as he scanned the street. Korsakov was gone from his previous position, but as we turned the corner toward my apartment building, I spotted him again, now on the same side of the street, moving casually in our direction. Keep walking, Michael murmured. Don't react. Daddy, who's that man watching us? Madeline asked suddenly, her perceptiveness sometimes startling for a 7-year-old. Just someone who looks familiar, Michael replied smoothly. James, race you to Grandma's building. Last one there is a rotten egg. The distraction worked. James took off running, Madeline following with competitive determination despite her more dignified demeanor. We hurried after them, reaching the safety of my building's lobby just as Korsakov increased his pace behind us. The doorman greeted us warmly, his presence a buffer between us and the threat outside. Through the glass doors, I could see Korsakov pause across the street, watching impassively before turning away. He'll be back, Michael said quietly as we rode the elevator to my floor. And next time, you might not have us with you. What do you suggest? I asked, keeping my voice low so the children wouldn't hear. I won't live as a prisoner, Michael. Not after everything I've done to secure my independence. I don't know, he admitted. But until I figure something out, be vigilant. Vary your routines.
Don't go out alone at night.
And maybe consider staying with Sarah again, just temporarily. The suggestion that I abandon my new home, the symbol of my freedom from the Harrington's control, ignited a spark of defiance.
No.
I won't be driven from my own space by intimidation. If Charles has concerns about our arrangement, he can address them directly. Michael's expression darkened. Mom, you're not understanding the danger. Korsakov isn't about intimidation, he's about elimination. If he's watching you, it's because someone has designated you a problem. The words hung between us, their implication chilling. Charles Harrington eliminated problems permanently. And despite our agreement, despite the insurance policy of evidence ready to be released, I had possibly become a problem once more. Inside my apartment, the children's excitement about decorating their new artwork provided a veneer of normalcy that did nothing to ease the tension between Michael and me. As they debated the perfect placement for each piece, he pulled me aside in the kitchen, his voice urgent. I need to get the children home, but I don't want to leave you alone. Not with Korsakov out there. I'll be fine, I insisted. The building is secure. The doorman knows not to allow strangers up without my permission. That won't stop someone like him, Michael replied grimly. Look, I'll send someone, a security consultant I trust. He can advise on additional measures, maybe even provide temporary protection until I figure out what's going on with Charles. The offer seemed genuine, his concern real. Yet, after months of lies and manipulations, trust came difficult. Why should I believe you're trying to help me? After the surveillance, after the plans to have me declared incompetent. Pain flashed across his face. Because despite everything, you're still my mother. And because seeing you with the children today, the joy you bring them, the stability, reminded me of what family is supposed to be. What we used to be, before Victoria, before Charles, before I started compromising everything Dad taught me. The sincerity in his voice resonated with the mother in me, the part that wanted desperately to believe my son wasn't completely lost to Charles Harrington's influence. All right, I agreed cautiously. Send your security consultant. But, Michael, if this is another attempt to monitor me, to control me— It's not, he interrupted. I swear it. This is about keeping you safe, nothing more. After Michael and the children left, with promises to return soon to help finish decorating, I found myself alone in my new apartment, the joy of the day's earlier activities overshadowed by the appearance of Dmitry Korsakov and the implications of his surveillance. I called Sarah immediately, recounting the day's events and Michael's warning. I don't like it, she said bluntly. Any of it. Korsakov, watching you, Michael suddenly playing protective son. It could all be part of some Harrington scheme. I know, I acknowledged. But Michael seemed genuinely concerned. And the children were so happy today, so natural and open. There was no faking that. The children, I believe, Sarah replied. Michael, I'm not so sure. Just promise me you'll be careful with whatever security consultant he sends. Don't give anyone access to your personal information, your financial details, anything that could be used against you. I promise, I assured her, though uncertainty lingered. Was I being paranoid, seeing threats in Michael's attempt to help? Or naive, trusting the son who had already betrayed me in so many ways? The security consultant arrived the next morning, a compact, serious man named David who carried himself with the alert posture of someone with military training. His assessment of my apartment was thorough and professional, his recommendations practical: additional locks, a security system linked to my phone, alterations to my daily routines. The most important thing, he explained, is unpredictability. Change your schedule regularly. Use different exits from the building. Vary your routes when walking to familiar destinations. So, I should live in constant fear, I observed, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. David's expression softened slightly. Not fear, Mrs. Campbell. Awareness. There's a difference. He left after installing the security system and providing me with his direct number. Anytime, day or night, if something feels wrong. Though I appreciated Michael's apparent concern, the need for such measures underscored the precariousness of my situation. Despite the agreement with Charles, despite the insurance policy of evidence, I remained vulnerable, a potential problem, to be eliminated if circumstances changed. The next few days passed without incident. No further sightings of Korsakov, no unexpected visits from Victoria or Michael, no ominous messages from Charles. I began to wonder if the Russian's appearance had been coincidental, or perhaps a test of my reaction, Charles checking to see if I would flee at the first sign of threat. If so, he had miscalculated. The Eleanor Campbell who had accepted scraps of attention and financial support, who had smiled through humiliation, was gone. In her place stood a woman who had faced down Charles Harrington himself and emerged, if not victorious, then at least undefeated. I settled into my new home, establishing routines that incorporated David's security recommendations while refusing to let fear dictate my choices. I explored my new neighborhood, introduced myself to the parents of Madeline and James's classmates at school pickup, began planning my long-deferred trip to Europe. Life was proceeding on my terms until the invitation arrived. Engraved on heavy cream cardstock, it announced the annual Harrington Foundation Gala, a prestigious charity event that Victoria had mentioned occasionally over the years, always with the implication that it was far too refined an occasion for her mother-in-law. Eleanor Campbell, the invitation read. Your presence is requested at the Harrington Foundation Annual Gala, April 15th, 7 p.m., the Metropolitan Club. Handwritten at the bottom in flowing script, we look forward to introducing you to our community. Charles Harrington. I stared at the invitation, alarm bells ringing in my mind. Why would Charles Harrington, after years of excluding me from his social circle, suddenly invite me to his foundation's most prestigious event? Why would he want to introduce me to their community when I represented a threat to his carefully constructed image of respectability. It made no sense, unless the invitation itself was a trap of some kind. I called Michael immediately, forwarding a photo of the invitation while the call connected. "Did you know about this?" I asked when he answered, dispensing with pleasantries. A pause. "The gala invitation?" "Yes, I knew Charles was sending it." "Why?" I demanded. "After years of Victoria making it clear I wasn't welcome in your social circle, why would Charles suddenly want me at his showcase event?" Another pause, longer this time. "It's complicated, Mom. Part of it is maintaining appearances, showing a united family front after your lottery win. If you were suddenly excluded from family events after coming into money, it might raise questions." "And the other part?" I pressed, sensing he was withholding something significant. "The other part?" Michael's voice dropped. "There are people Charles wants you to meet. Important clients who might be reassured by seeing you integrated into family activities." The implication was clear. "You mean he wants to parade me in front of his criminal associates? Show them I'm under control, not a threat to their operations." "Something like that," Michael admitted reluctantly. "Mom, I know how this sounds, but it might actually be a positive sign. Charles introducing you publicly, bringing you into the fold even in this limited way, it suggests he's honoring your arrangement, accepting your place in the family structure. Or setting me up for something," I countered. "Using this public event as cover for whatever Korsakov has been monitoring me for." "I don't think so," Michael said, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "I'll be there. Victoria will be there. It's too public for anything extreme." "Very reassuring," I replied dryly. "Look, you don't have to attend if you're uncomfortable, but refusing the invitation might be interpreted as hostility, as rejection of the olive branch Charles is extending." I considered my options, weighing the potential risks against the information I might gather by attending. If Charles was introducing me to his associates, I could learn more about the operation my son was entangled in, perhaps identify additional leverage to protect myself and my grandchildren. "I'll think about it," I told Michael. "But if I do attend, I want the children there too. I want to see them in formal attire, to take pictures with my grandchildren at their first fancy event." "The gala isn't really for children," Michael hedged. "It's a late evening, formal speeches, adult conversation." "Those are my terms," I interrupted firmly. "If Charles wants me there as a symbol of family unity, then let's be a complete family, grandchildren included." After hanging up, I called Sarah, describing the invitation and my conditions for accepting. "It's risky," she warned. "These people have already shown they're dangerous, willing to violate your privacy, your home. Now they want you at their event, surrounded by their associates, on their territory." "I know," I acknowledged. "But hiding won't make me safer in the long run. And this might be an opportunity to gather information, to strengthen my position." "Or walk into a trap," Sarah pointed out. "If you do go, and I'm not saying you should, you need backup. Someone watching your drinks, noting who approaches you, ready to intervene if necessary." "Like who?" "You can hardly attend as my security detail." Sarah thought for a moment. "What about David? Michael's security consultant? He seemed legitimate, professional. Could he accompany you?" The suggestion had merit. David had been thorough in his security assessment, had installed systems that actually enhanced my sense of safety rather than invaded my privacy. If Michael was genuinely concerned for my safety, he might agree to David attending as my escort. I called Michael back, proposing the arrangement. I would attend with David as my +1, and the children would be present for at least the first hour of the event. "I don't know, Mom," Michael said hesitantly. "Victoria has very specific ideas about the gala's image, about who attends." "Those are my conditions," I repeated firmly. "Take them to Charles and Victoria. I'll await their response." 3 days later, Michael called back with their answer. Yes to David as my escort. Yes to the children attending the early portion of the event. Yes to professional photographs with my grandchildren. It felt like a victory, though unease lingered. Charles Harrington didn't concede points easily. If he was agreeing to my terms, it was because the gala served his purposes in ways I might not fully understand. The evening of the gala arrived clear and mild, perfect spring weather for the social event of the season. David arrived at my apartment precisely on time, immaculate in a tailored tuxedo that did nothing to disguise his vigilant demeanor. Remember, he advised as we rode to the Metropolitan Club in the car service Michael had arranged, stay in public areas. Accept drinks only directly from servers, not handed to you by others. And if I give the signal we discussed, we leave immediately. No questions, no goodbyes. I nodded, smoothing the silk of my gown, a deep emerald that Sarah had helped me select, elegant without being ostentatious. Around my neck hung Richard's mother's pearls, a connection to my past, to the values I was determined to maintain despite the Harrington influence. The Metropolitan Club was resplendent, its historic architecture enhanced by tasteful floral arrangements and subtle lighting. Liveried staff directed arriving guests through security checkpoints discreetly positioned to maintain the event's exclusive atmosphere. In the grand foyer, I spotted Michael and Victoria immediately, he handsome in his tuxedo, she breathtaking in a column of silvery blue that emphasized her slender frame. Beside them stood the children, Madeline poised in a miniature version of her mother's elegance, James fidgeting with a bow tie he'd clearly been instructed not to touch. "Grandma," James called, spotting me before his parents did. He broke free from Victoria's restraining hand, rushing toward me with uncontainable excitement. "You look like a queen. A green queen." I laughed, bending to embrace him, ignoring Victoria's visible displeasure at this breach of decorum. "And you look like a very handsome prince in that tuxedo." Madeline approached more sedately, though her eyes shone with genuine pleasure. "You look beautiful, Grandma," she said softly. "I like your necklace." "Thank you, sweetheart. These pearls belong to your great-grandmother. Perhaps someday they'll be yours." Victoria's smile tightened at this mention of inheritance, of continuity beyond her control. "Eleanor, you look appropriate. And this is your companion?" "David Matthews," he introduced himself smoothly, shaking hands with perfect social grace that belied his security background. "Thank you for including me this evening. The Harrington Foundation's work is legendary." Victoria's assessment of him was swift and dismissive, not important enough to warrant her full attention. "The photographer is waiting for the family photos. This way, please." The photo session was brief but meaningful, formal poses with Michael and Victoria, then more relaxed groupings with just the children. As the photographer captured the final shot, Madeline and James flanking me, their small hands in mine, I felt a presence behind us, a shift in the atmosphere. "What a charming family tableau," came a cultured voice, masculine, accented with the faintest trace of something Eastern European. I turned to find Charles Harrington watching us, elegant as always in his tuxedo, a crystal tumbler of amber liquid in his hand. Beside him stood a tall, silver-haired man with a scarred left cheek, Dmitry Korsakov. David tensed beside me, his posture shifting subtly into alert readiness. "Charles," I greeted him calmly, despite the alarm bells ringing in my mind. "Thank you for including me this evening. The children look wonderful, don't they?" "Indeed," Charles agreed, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Family is everything, after all. Which reminds me, I've been looking forward to introducing you to some very important friends of mine. Dmitry here, for instance." Korsakov extended his hand, his grip firm and lingering when I reluctantly accepted it. "Mrs. Campbell, Charles has told me much about you. The lottery winner. How very fortunate." His tone made the words sound like anything but good fortune. "Grandmother, can we get ice cream?" James interrupted, oblivious to the tension crackling between the adults. "Dad said there's an ice cream station with 20 flavors." "Of course, sweetheart," I replied, grateful for the excuse to extract myself from Korsakov's unsettling presence. "Why don't we all go find it?" "Actually," Charles interjected smoothly, "Victoria has arranged a special children's dessert in the junior ballroom. Michael, why don't you and Victoria take the children there now? I'd like a moment with Eleanor to discuss her European travel plans." The specificity of the reference to plans I'd only discussed with Michael and Sarah sent a chill through me. Charles was demonstrating his reach, his awareness of my movements and intentions. Michael hesitated, glancing between his father-in-law and me with evident concern. "Mom, would you prefer to accompany the children? The dessert display is quite spectacular." "She'll join you shortly," Charles replied before I could respond. "This won't take long. Business matters." Victoria took James's hand firmly. "Come along, children. Grandmother will find us after she speaks with grandfather." As they moved away, Madeline glancing back with unusual perception for a 7-year-old, David stepped closer to me. "Mrs. Campbell, I believe the development director wanted to speak with you about potential involvement with the foundation. Perhaps we should locate her now." A smooth attempt to extract me from what was clearly a concerning situation. But Charles merely smiled, placing a hand on my elbow with gentle pressure that contained unmistakable warning. "The development director can wait," he said pleasantly. "Family business takes precedence. Isn't that right, Eleanor?" David looked to me for direction. I nodded slightly, indicating he should remain close but not intervene yet. Whatever Charles wanted to discuss, confronting it directly seemed preferable to prolonging the uncertainty. "Of course," I replied, matching Charles's pleasant tone. "Though, I must join the children soon. I promised James I'd try the chocolate ice cream with him." Charles guided me toward a quieter corner of the room, Korsakoff following silently, his presence a looming threat behind us. David maintained distance, but kept us in his sight line, his vigilance reassuring in the increasingly tense situation. "You've settled nicely into your new apartment," Charles observed conversationally. "Convenient location. Near the children's school. Excellent security building, though perhaps not quite as secure as you believe." The implication was clear. My building's security measures posed no obstacle to him or his associates. "Is there a point to this, Charles?" I asked, abandoning pretense. "Beyond demonstrating that you're having me watch despite our agreement." He sipped his drink, unruffled by my directness. "The agreement?" "Yes. That's precisely what I wish to discuss. There have been developments that necessitate certain adjustments." "What kind of adjustments?" Charles glanced at Korsakoff, who produced a small tablet from his jacket, tapping the screen before handing it to me. On display was a series of financial records, offshore accounts, transfer notifications, corporate registrations. "Do you recognize these?" Charles asked. I scanned the documents, confusion growing. "Should I? These aren't my accounts." "Actually, they are," Korsakoff contradicted, his accent more pronounced. "Established 6 months ago in your name. Cayman Islands, Switzerland, Singapore. Approximately $12 million has moved through these accounts since their creation. 6 months ago, before my lottery win, before the Thanksgiving confrontation, before everything changed." "That's impossible," I protested. "I never established these accounts. I didn't have access to this kind of money until the lottery, and that was only 3 months ago," Charles finished for me. "Yes, we're well aware of the timeline. Yet here are accounts in your name, active well before your supposed windfall. Curious, isn't it?" Realization dawned, cold and horrifying. "You're setting me up, creating a paper trail to make it appear I've been involved in financial crimes." Charles's expression remained impassive. "I'm merely showing you documented facts, Eleanor. Accounts in your name, handling significant sums with no clear legitimate source. The kind of activity that might interest federal investigators should it come to their attention." "Which it won't," Korsakoff added, "as long as our arrangement remains beneficial to all parties." The threat was explicit now: cooperate or be framed for financial crimes I hadn't committed. Crimes that could lead to prosecution, imprisonment, loss of everything I'd fought for. "Our existing arrangement isn't sufficient?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady despite the fury and fear coursing through me. "I've honored every term, Charles. I've maintained silence about your operations. I've allowed your financial team to manage my lottery winnings as required." "Circumstances evolve," Charles replied with maddening calm. "New partners, new requirements. The original arrangement was adequate for its time, but we find ourselves needing more comprehensive cooperation." "What exactly are you asking for?" "Nothing overly burdensome," he assured me, though his eyes remained cold. Simply your signature on some additional documents. Authorization for certain transactions. Perhaps occasional appearances at financial institutions to verify your identity for new accounts. In other words, active participation in his money laundering operation. Not just silence, but complicity. And if I refuse? Charles smiled thinly. Then these accounts, already established in your name, already containing evidence of suspicious activity, become problematic. For you specifically. You're blackmailing me, I stated flatly. I prefer to think of it as renegotiating, Charles corrected. Business arrangements must adapt to changing circumstances. Surely you understand. I glanced toward David, who had edged closer, sensing the tension in our conversation. His presence was reassuring, but against the kind of threat Charles was leveraging, financial, legal, potentially devastating to my future and my grandchildren's, physical protection offered little defense. I need time to consider this, I said finally. To review the documents, understand exactly what you're proposing. Of course, Charles agreed magnanimously. Though not too much time. Markets move quickly. Opportunities arise and vanish. Let's say 48 hours. Before I could respond, a commotion near the ballroom entrance caught our attention. A man in a dark suit, not security staff, judging by the confusion he was causing, was scanning the crowd with evident purpose. Korsakov tensed, murmuring something to Charles in what sounded like Russian. Charles's expression hardened momentarily before smoothing back into aristocratic composure. It appears we have an unexpected guest, he observed. If you'll excuse me, Eleanor. Business matters require my attention. Dmitri will provide you with the documents for review. He moved away swiftly, intercepting the newcomer before he could penetrate further into the gala. Korsakov remained, producing an envelope from his jacket and extending it toward me. 48 hours, Mrs. Campbell, he reiterated. And understand, this offer of partnership is a courtesy extended out of respect for your position as family. Should you decline, alternatives would be less comfortable. David stepped forward immediately as Korsakov departed, concern evident in his posture. Mrs. Campbell? Is everything all right? No, I replied honestly, clutching the envelope with fingers that had begun to tremble. I need to find Michael. Now. We located him in the junior ballroom, supervising the children's dessert selections at an elaborate ice cream bar. His expression shifted from pleasant host to alarm as he registered my distress. Mom, what happened? Your father-in-law just blackmailed me, I said quietly, ensuring the children couldn't hear. He's created offshore accounts in my name, predating my lottery win. He's threatening to expose me for financial crimes I didn't commit unless I actively participate in his money laundering operation. Michael's face drained of color. He showed you the accounts? The documentation?
Yes.
How did you know about them? His eyes closed briefly, pain etching his features. Because I created them. Under his direction. 6 months ago, when your finances were still struggling, when we were supporting you with the monthly allowance. The betrayal struck like a physical blow. You set me up? Your own mother? It wasn't like that, he protested weakly. It was insurance, Charles said. A contingency that would likely never be needed. I never thought that I'd win the lottery. I finished for him. That I'd discover your surveillance. That I'd stand up for myself instead of remaining the grateful recipient of your charity. Michael glanced toward the children, who were happily comparing ice cream creations, blissfully unaware of the adults' tension. We can't discuss this here. It's too public, too dangerous. Then where?
When?
Because your father-in-law has given me 48 hours to agree to his new terms. Tomorrow, Michael said decisively. My office. 10 a.m. I'll ensure Victoria isn't there. David, who had maintained a respectful distance during our exchange, stepped closer. Mrs. Campbell, given the nature of these threats, perhaps we should consider leaving the event now. Not without saying goodbye to the children, I insisted. Though shaken by this latest betrayal, I wouldn't disappoint Madeline and James, wouldn't allow Charles Harrington's machinations to taint my relationship with my grandchildren. I composed myself, approaching their table with a smile that felt brittle but necessary. "Look at those magnificent sundaes. Did you save any ice cream for the rest of the guests?" James giggled, chocolate smeared across his chin. "I got 4 toppings, Grandma. And sprinkles." "Sprinkles aren't a topping, they're extra." "Very strategic thinking," I approved, accepting the napkin Madeline silently offered to wipe her brother's face. Always the little mother, that one organized, attentive to social niceties. So like Victoria in mannerisms, yet with a warmth her mother lacked. "Are you leaving already?" Madeline asked perceptively. "You look upset." "Not upset," I lied gently. "Just a little tired. It's been an exciting evening." "But we haven't danced yet," James protested. "Dad said there's dancing after dinner." "Perhaps another time," I promised, hugging him close, breathing in the scent of chocolate and the faint trace of the children's shampoo I recognized from my visits. "Grandma needs to rest tonight." As David escorted me from the gala, I felt Charles Harrington's eyes following our departure, calculating, confident, certain of his power and my vulnerability. The envelope of damning documentation seemed to burn through my clutch bag, a paper bomb that could destroy everything I'd built. In the car returning to my apartment, I finally allowed the full implications to register. My own son had created fraudulent accounts in my name months before my lottery win, had established a paper trail that could send me to prison, that could separate me from my grandchildren more permanently than any of Victoria's social exclusions. "David," I said suddenly, breaking the tense silence, "I need to make a stop before we return to my apartment. A security deposit box at Metropolitan Trust Bank." He glanced at me in the rearview mirror, assessing. "It's late, Mrs. Campbell. The bank will be closed."
I'm aware.
"But I need something from that box immediately. Something that can't wait until morning." David hesitated, then nodded. "I'll take you to your bank, then accompany you home afterward." "And Mrs. Campbell? Given tonight's developments, I strongly recommend not meeting with your son alone tomorrow. Allow me to accompany you, or at minimum, have someone else present." "I appreciate the concern," I replied, staring out at the city lights blurring past my window. "But this is between Michael and me. Some betrayals are too personal for witnesses." The next morning dawned gray and drizzling, the weather matching my mood as I prepared to confront my son. I had spent a sleepless night reviewing the documents Korsakov had provided, complex financial records showing accounts established in my name in various tax havens, transactions moving millions through shell companies, all dated before my lottery win. The craftsmanship was impressive in its way, a meticulous frame job that would withstand scrutiny unless one knew precisely where to look for discrepancies. My son's work, created explicitly to control me should I ever become a problem to the Harrington organization. I dressed carefully for the confrontation, not in the expensive new clothes I'd purchased since the lottery, but in one of my old outfits. The same navy skirt and cardigan I'd worn to Michael's office on the rare occasions he'd invited me to lunch in the years after Richard died. A visual reminder of who I had been, who he had betrayed. Sarah called as I was preparing to leave, her voice tight with worry. "Are you sure about meeting him alone? After what he's done?" "I'm sure," I replied, checking my bag one final time to ensure I had everything needed. "This isn't just about the blackmail, Sarah. It's about looking my son in the eye while he explains why he was willing to sacrifice his mother to protect Charles Harrington's criminal enterprise. And if there is no explanation, if he's truly become one of them." The question struck at my deepest fear, that the son I'd raised, the child Richard and I had instilled with values of honesty and integrity, was irretrievably lost. "Then I'll proceed accordingly," I said simply. "But I need to know, Sarah, one way or the other." Michael's investment firm occupied 3 floors of a gleaming downtown tower, Campbell Harrington Investments, the name itself a reflection of how completely our families had become entangled. The receptionist recognized me immediately, her surprise at my appearance quickly masked by professional courtesy. "Mrs. Campbell, Mr. Campbell is expecting you. Please follow me." She led me to a private elevator that ascended directly to the executive floor, where Michael's corner office offered panoramic views of the city. He was waiting when I arrived, standing at the window, his posture rigid with tension. "Mom," he greeted me, turning as I entered. "Thank you for coming." "Did I have a choice?" I replied, remaining near the door. "Your father-in-law's deadline is approaching, after all." Michael winced at the coldness in my tone. "Please sit down. We need to talk." "Yes, we do." I took the chair opposite his desk rather than the more intimate seating arrangement by the window, starting with why my own son created fraudulent financial records to frame me for crimes I didn't commit. He sat heavily, running a hand through his hair in that gesture so reminiscent of Richard. "It wasn't supposed to be used against you. It was insurance, a contingency Charles insisted on when you began asking questions about his business dealings last year." "I never asked questions about Charles's business," I countered, confused. "Not until after Thanksgiving, after discovering the surveillance." Michael's expression shifted to one of genuine surprise. "You don't remember? The charity gala last spring. You mentioned to Victoria that you'd seen Charles meeting with some intense-looking men at that cafe near your apartment. Said one of them seemed familiar from a news story about Russian oligarchs." The memory surfaced hazily, a casual comment made to Victoria during one of the few social events I'd been invited to before my lottery win. I had noticed Charles in deep conversation with several stern-faced men at the cafe, where I sometimes treated myself to coffee. The observation had seemed insignificant at the time, hardly worth mentioning. That was enough for Charles to consider me a threat? To prepare a financial frame-up? "Charles doesn't believe in coincidences," Michael explained. "The cafe is near one of their operational hubs. The man you recognized was indeed a Russian oligarch, one under international sanction. Your observation, however innocent, raised concerns about potential exposure. So rather than simply being more careful about his meeting locations, he decided to create an insurance policy against me. The cold calculation of it was breathtaking. And you helped him. Established accounts in my name, created a paper trail that could send me to prison." Michael couldn't meet my eyes. "I told myself it was just precautionary, that it would never be used, that you'd never be in a position to threaten Charles's operations. And then I won the lottery," I concluded. "Gained financial independence. Discovered the surveillance. Established my own insurance policy with Richard's documentation. Became exactly the kind of problem Charles eliminates permanently." Yes. The admission seemed to cost him physically, his shoulders slumping. "But Mom, you have to understand, by that point I was already compromised. Already implicated in too many of Charles's operations to extricate myself without risking everything. My freedom, my family's safety. So you sacrificed me instead," I said quietly. "Your own mother." The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of betrayal, son against mother, blood against blood. "What does Charles want now?" I asked finally. "Beyond my signature on his documents, my participation in his money laundering?" Michael hesitated, conflict evident in his expression. "Control," he admitted finally. "Complete control. Your lottery winnings were unexpected, unplanned, outside his system. He needs to bring them fully into his operation, to ensure they're managed in ways that serve his broader interests. And if I refuse? If I take these fraudulent records to the authorities, explain I'm being framed? Then we all go down," Michael replied grimly. "Me, Victoria, possibly even the children by association. Charles has ensured our complicity precisely to prevent any of us from turning against him. We're all compromised, all vulnerable." The trap was elegant in its construction, complete with the leverage of family ties to ensure cooperation. Charles Harrington had calculated that I wouldn't sacrifice my son and grandchildren, even to save myself from his machinations. "There must be another way," I insisted, unwilling to accept the binary choice he presented, capitulation or mutual destruction. Michael's laugh held no humor. "I've been looking for another way since I realized what Charles really was, what I'd gotten my family into. There isn't one, Mom. Not against someone with his resources, his connections." I opened my bag, removing the envelope I'd retrieved from my security deposit box the previous night. "Perhaps you haven't been looking in the right places." "What is that?" "Insurance," I replied, echoing his earlier terminology. "Of a different kind." I placed a small USB drive on his desk, alongside printed copies of several key documents. Before he died, Richard was more thorough in his investigation of Charles Harrington than either of us realized. He documented not just the money laundering operation, but specific transactions.
Names. Dates.
Account numbers. Michael stared at the drive, color draining from his face. Dad knew? All this time? He suspected at first, then confirmed. He kept detailed records, preserved evidence I've had secured since our confrontation with Charles, but haven't fully examined until now. I indicated the printed documents. These are dated 2 weeks before Richard's death. They show Charles Harrington personally authorizing the transfer of funds for a Russian national named Alexei Petrov, a man who was assassinated 3 days after this transfer. The money trace links directly to the hitman identified by Interpol. Michael's hands shook as he picked up the pages, scanning the contents with growing horror. Mom, this is evidence of Charles facilitating murder for hire. If this went public, it would destroy him, I finished. Not just his business operations, his social standing, everything. And unlike the financial crimes he's prepared to implicate us all in, this carries no statute of limitations. No possibility of plea bargains or reduced sentences. How long have you had this? Michael asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Since Jim Andrews delivered Richard's letter to me. But I didn't understand its significance until I reviewed everything closely last night. Richard documented multiple such transactions, Michael. Multiple assassinations linked directly to Charles Harrington's financial facilitation. The implications hung between us. Leverage far beyond what I had initially possessed with Richard's documentation of money laundering. This was evidence of capital crimes, of blood on Charles Harrington's manicured hands. What are you going to do? Michael asked finally. I reclaimed the documents, returning them to my bag along with the USB drive. That depends on Charles. And on you. Me? Yes, Michael. On whose side you ultimately stand, your father-in-law's or your family's. Your real family. For the first time since Thanksgiving, I saw genuine conflict in my son's eyes. Not the calculation that had characterized so many of our recent interactions, but true moral struggle. The boy Richard and I had raised fighting against the man Charles Harrington had molded. I don't know if I can break free of him, Michael admitted, raw vulnerability in his voice. He owns me, Mom. My business, my home, my future, it's all entangled with his operation. Perhaps, I acknowledged. But your children aren't. Not yet. Madeline and James still have the chance for a different path, away from Charles's influence. If you're willing to help them find it.
How?
By standing with me against Charles. By using your inside knowledge of his operations combined with Richard's evidence to negotiate our family's complete separation from his criminal enterprises. Michael stared out at the rain-slick city beyond his window, the empire he'd built with Harrington money and connections spread before him. I could lose everything, he said quietly. Or you could reclaim what matters most, I countered. Your integrity, your children's future, the values your father tried to instill. I rose to leave, my purpose accomplished, the evidence revealed, the choice presented. At the door, I turned back to find Michael still staring out at the city, conflict etched in every line of his body. 48 hours, Michael. I reminded him, deliberately echoing Charles's deadline. That's how long we have to decide, capitulate to Charles's demands, or use Richard's evidence to break free of him completely. I've made my choice. Now you need to make yours. As I left the gleaming offices of Campbell Harrington Investments, the rain had stopped, weak sunlight breaking through clouds, an apt metaphor for the glimmer of hope I felt despite the dangerous path ahead. For the first time since discovering the surveillance devices in my apartment, I sensed a possibility of true freedom, not just for myself, but for my son and grandchildren as well. Whether Michael would choose that freedom remained to be seen. Whether Charles Harrington could be outmaneuvered by the evidence Richard had preserved was uncertain. But one thing was clear as I headed home to prepare for the confrontation to come. I was no longer simply reacting to Harrington threats and manipulations. I was fighting back. With Richard's posthumous help, I was reclaiming not just my dignity and autonomy, but my family's soul. The elevator to my apartment felt oddly vulnerable after the revelations of the past 24 hours. If Charles had created fraudulent accounts in my name, what other preparations might he have made? What other traps might be waiting? I texted David from the lobby, asking him to meet me at my apartment, his security expertise suddenly more essential than ever. He responded immediately, promising to arrive within 30 minutes. As I unlocked my door, a prickling sense of wrongness made me hesitate before entering. Nothing seemed disturbed, yet instinct warned me something wasn't right. I was about to retreat, to wait for David in the lobby, when my phone rang. Michael. "Mom," he said without preamble, his voice urgent. "Where are you?" "Just arriving home."
Why?
"Don't go inside. Charles knows about the meeting. Korsakov has been dispatched to retrieve the USB drive and documents."
He's dangerous, Mom.
"More dangerous than you understand." Fear spiked through me. "How does Charles know? Did you tell him?"
No.
Michael's denial seemed genuine. "But my office is almost certainly monitored." Our conversation wasn't as private as I believed. The elevator dinged behind me, drawing my attention. Instead of David, Dmitry Korsakov stepped into the hallway, his tall figure incongruous in the warm, residential setting of my building. "Mom?" Michael's voice seemed distant as adrenaline surged. "Mom, are you there?" "Korsakov is here," I whispered, backing away from my apartment door, fumbling in my bag for the canister of pepper spray David had insisted I carry. "In my hallway." "Get out of there," Michael urged. "Take the stairs, get to a public place." "I'm calling David now." But Korsakov was already approaching, his pace unhurried but purposeful, cutting off my access to the stairwell. "Mrs. Campbell," he greeted me, as politely as if we were meeting at Charles's gala rather than in a deserted hallway. "I believe you have something that belongs to Mr. Harrington." I raised the pepper spray, hand shaking but determined. "Stay back. I've called security." Korsakov smiled, the expression not reaching his cold eyes. "No, you haven't. But your son has called your security consultant. Unfortunately, Mr. Matthews is currently delayed in traffic. Now, the USB drive and documents, please. Mr. Harrington is most anxious to recover his property." "It's not his property," I replied, mind racing for options, for escape routes. "It's evidence. Evidence I've already duplicated and secured with multiple parties." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Korsakov's scarred face, the first genuine emotion I'd seen from him. "You're bluffing." "Am I?" I countered, gaining confidence from his momentary doubt. "Ask yourself, Mr. Korsakov, would Charles Harrington have insisted on such elaborate precautions against me if he didn't believe me capable of protecting myself? The insurance policy Richard created isn't just about money laundering. It's about murder. About your employer's direct links to assassinations." Korsakov's expression hardened. "You have no idea what you're involving yourself in, Mrs. Campbell. This is far beyond a family disagreement over lottery winnings. The people Mr. Harrington represents do not tolerate threats or exposures of any kind." "Neither do I," I replied, with more bravado than I felt. "Not anymore. Not after discovering my own son created fraudulent accounts to frame me. Tell Charles that his 48-hour deadline still stands. I'll present my terms directly to him tomorrow." For a tense moment, I thought Korsakov might lunge forward, might attempt to physically seize my bag with its damning contents. Instead, he studied me with cold calculation before nodding slightly. "Tomorrow, Mr. Harrington's office. Noon." He backed toward the elevator, maintaining eye contact. "Bring the evidence. All copies. Or preparations more permanent than financial fraud will be implemented. For you and for anyone else involved in this insurance policy." After he departed, my knees nearly buckled with delayed terror. I fumbled with my phone, hands shaking too badly to navigate the screen properly. "Mom?" Michael's voice was frantic. "Mom, are you there? Did he hurt you?" "I'm here," I managed.
He's gone.
"For now." "Thank God," Michael breathed. "David's on his way." Don't go into your apartment until he arrives. Where are you? Still in the hallway, I replied, leaning against the wall for support as reaction set in. Michael, Korsakov said Charles wants me at his office tomorrow at noon to bring all copies of the evidence.
A pause.
What are you going to do? The question echoed between us. The son who had betrayed me asking if his mother would now sacrifice herself to protect him, to protect his children, to end the nightmare Charles Harrington had created. I don't know yet, I admitted. But I won't surrender Richard's evidence. Not when it's our only leverage against Charles. Then you're risking everything, Michael said quietly. Your safety, possibly your life. Yes, I agreed. The question is, Michael, will I be risking it alone? Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear the war within him, self-preservation versus redemption, fear versus courage, Charles Harrington's corrupting influence versus Richard Campbell's enduring example. No, he said finally, his voice steadier than I'd heard it in months. You won't be alone, Mom. Not this time. As I waited for David to arrive, clutching my bag with its precious, dangerous contents, I felt a strange calm settling over me. Tomorrow would bring a confrontation with Charles Harrington that would determine all our futures. Mine, Michael's, the grandchildren's. Victory was far from certain. The dangers were real and immediate. Yet for the first time since Thanksgiving, since my son had mockingly referenced the allowance he provided, I felt something like hope. Not just for myself and my newfound independence, but for my family, for the possibility that Richard's posthumous evidence might free us all from Charles Harrington's toxic influence. Whether Michael would maintain his courage when faced directly with his father-in-law remained to be seen. Whether Charles could be outmaneuvered, even with the damning evidence Richard had preserved, was uncertain. But as David arrived, as Sarah called to offer support, as plans began forming for tomorrow's confrontation, one thing was clear. I was no longer the dependent widow to be mocked at family gatherings. I was Eleanor Campbell, armed with truth, fighting for her family's soul. And I was ready for war. When I walked into Charles Harrington's office at noon, I carried three things: Richard's evidence, a hidden recording device, and the knowledge that my son had finally chosen a side. 3 hours later, as federal agents swarmed the Harrington Foundation Gala, I realized that sometimes justice arrives wearing evening gloves and pearls. If you're watching this, subscribe now and comment if you've ever witnessed someone's empire collapse in real time. Because what happened next made the Titanic look like a gentle docking. The morning of my confrontation with Charles Harrington dawned clear and bright, sunlight streaming through my apartment windows with an almost mocking cheerfulness. David had insisted on staying overnight in my guest room, his presence a reassuring buffer against the threat Korsakov represented. "Are you certain about this?" he asked as I prepared breakfast, my movements mechanical despite the turmoil within. Going to Harrington's office is walking into the lion's den, even with the evidence as leverage. "I'm certain about not running," I replied, pouring coffee neither of us particularly wanted. "Not hiding. Not allowing Charles to dictate the terms of my existence any longer." Sarah arrived just after 8, bringing fresh pastries no one would eat and fierce determination that strengthened my resolve. She embraced me tightly, then stepped back to assess my condition with the critical eye of true friendship. "You didn't sleep," she observed. "Neither did you," I countered, noting the shadows beneath her eyes. "I was busy," she said, setting her laptop on the kitchen counter. "With Jim's help, I've prepared everything we discussed. Multiple secure uploads of Richard's evidence, scheduled to release automatically to law enforcement, media outlets, and key financial institutions if you don't enter a specific code every 12 hours. The dead man's switch we had designed as ultimate insurance against Charles Harrington's retribution. If anything happened to me, if I disappeared, if I was found incapacitated, if I was unable to enter the reset code, the evidence would be released, destroying Charles's empire and exposing his crimes." "And the recording device?" I asked. David produced a sleek pen from his pocket. State-of-the-art. Virtually undetectable, 8 hours of continuous recording capability, uploads automatically to a secure server if within range of cellular signal. Which you will be, even in Harrington's office, Sarah added. I checked the building schematics. His office is on the exterior wall, 14th floor, facing east. Strong signal throughout. The methodical preparation, the focus on tactical details, helped steady my nerves. This wasn't just emotional confrontation. This was strategic warfare against a man who eliminated problems permanently. Michael called while you were in the shower, David informed me, his expression carefully neutral. He wanted to confirm the meeting. Said he'll be there. On whose side? Sarah asked skeptically. He says yours, David replied, though his tone suggested similar doubts. But given his history, we'll see, I said simply. After a lifetime of knowing my son, after months of betrayal and manipulation, I still couldn't predict with certainty which Michael would appear today. The man Charles Harrington had shaped, or the boy Richard and I had raised. The hours before noon passed in a blur of final preparations. I dressed with deliberate care, a charcoal gray suit I'd purchased after the lottery win, professional and understated. No flashy jewelry, nothing that could be grabbed in a physical confrontation, just Richard's mother's pearls nestled against my throat. A talisman of sorts, connecting me to the past that had led to this moment. At 11, Jim Andrews called with last-minute legal advice. Remember, anything you say is being recorded, he cautioned. Be precise. Don't make threats, but state consequences. Don't accuse directly, but reference evidence. And Eleanor, if at any point you feel you're in physical danger, use the phrase we discussed. The recording will immediately upload, and David will be notified to intervene. The phrase, Richard always valued clarity, seemed innocuous enough to work into conversation naturally, yet distinctive enough to serve as an emergency signal. At 11:30, David drove me to the Harrington corporate headquarters, a gleaming monument to wealth and power in the financial district. Sarah remained at my apartment, monitoring the recording feed, ready to trigger the evidence release if communication was lost. I'll be in the lobby, David assured me as we pulled up to the imposing entrance. 15 minutes maximum before I come up with security. Any longer without contact, and we activate the full protocol. I squeezed his hand gratefully. Thank you. For everything. The marble-floored lobby echoed with my footsteps as I approached the security desk, presenting the visitor's pass Charles's assistant had emailed that morning. The guard examined it, then me, his expression professionally blank despite what must have been curiosity about an elderly woman meeting with the company's legendary founder. 14th floor, he directed after clearing me. Mr. Harrington's assistant will meet you at the elevator. The elevator ascended smoothly, each floor representing another level of success built on lies, on laundered money, on facilitated murders. I touched the recording pen in my jacket pocket, drawing strength from its presence. When the doors opened, a polished young woman waited, her smile practiced and impersonal. Mrs. Campbell? This way, please. Mr. Harrington is expecting you. She led me through a labyrinth of hushed corridors, past offices where serious-faced people conducted the legitimate business that served as cover for Charles's criminal enterprises. How many knew the truth? How many simply averted their eyes, accepting generous salaries in exchange for willful blindness? Charles Harrington's office suite occupied the building's northeast corner, offering panoramic views of both the harbor and the city skyline. His assistant ushered me through an outer reception area into a private conference room where floor-to-ceiling windows filled the space with natural light. Charles sat at the head of a gleaming conference table, as impeccably dressed as always in a tailored suit that probably cost more than my monthly nurse's salary had been. Beside him stood Korsakov, his imposing presence a silent threat. And across from them, looking uncomfortable but resolute, was Michael. My sun rose when I entered, an instinctive courtesy that seemed at odds with the tension crackling through the room. Mom, he greeted me, his voice carefully neutral. You're right on time. Eleanor, Charles said smoothly, not bothering to stand. Please join us. I believe we have important matters to discuss. I took the seat Michael held for me, positioning myself where I could see both Charles and the door, the recording pen easily accessible in my jacket pocket. Before we begin, Charles continued, gesturing to a sleek device in the center of the table. I should mention that this is a signal jammer, quite effective at blocking cellular transmissions, recording devices, and other electronic intrusions. A necessary precaution in business at my level. The casual revelation sent a chill through me. If the jammer worked as he claimed, the recording pen would be useless, the automatic upload to Sarah's server impossible. The emergency phrase would summon no help. I maintained a neutral expression, refusing to show the dismay I felt. Very thorough, Charles. As always. Indeed. His smile never reached his cold eyes. Now, I believe you've brought something that belongs to me? Documents and a storage device containing certain sensitive information. I've brought evidence, I corrected. Evidence that Richard compiled before his death. Evidence of your direct involvement in facilitating murder for hire through your financial networks. Charles's expression didn't change, but something hardened in his gaze. Allegations without context can be so misleading. Financial transactions between private parties, interpreted by someone without full understanding of international business practices. These aren't mere allegations, I interrupted. These are documented transfers linked directly to known assassinations. Names, dates, account numbers, all preserved by a respected attorney with impeccable professional credentials. Richard was always meticulous, Charles acknowledged, a hint of genuine respect in his tone. Though perhaps not as forward-thinking as he believed. Documents can be altered, context changed, meanings reinterpreted, particularly when the original compiler is no longer available to explain his methodology. The threat was clear. Any evidence I presented could be discredited, especially without Richard to validate it. The evidence speaks for itself, I insisted. And it's been secured with multiple parties, set for automatic release if anything happens to me. Charles sighed, as if disappointed by my predictability. Yes, the so-called dead man switch. A common precaution, easily neutralized once the primary copy is secured. He extended his hand. The drive and documents, Eleanor. After which we can discuss more productive arrangements for our continued association. I glanced at Michael, searching for some indication of where he stood. His expression was tense but unreadable, years of navigating the treacherous waters of Charles Harrington's world having taught him to mask his thoughts. Before I surrender anything, I said carefully, returning my attention to Charles, I want to hear your proposal. The more productive arrangement you mentioned. Charles smiled thinly. Reasonable. In essence, we formalize your participation in certain business ventures. Your lottery winnings are fully integrated into our financial framework. You make occasional appearances at banking institutions to verify transactions. In return, the unfortunate offshore accounts established in your name gradually diminish in activity before being eliminated entirely. And my autonomy, my relationship with my grandchildren, remains as it is now, Charles assured me, with some reasonable oversight regarding your influence and activities with them. We are, after all, speaking of my grandchildren as well. And if I refuse? If I choose instead to release Richard's evidence? Charles's expression hardened. Then consequences become unavoidable. For you, certainly. For Michael, without question. And most regrettably for the children, whose future would be irreparably damaged by association with exposed criminal activities. Think carefully, Eleanor. Is righteous indignation worth sacrificing your grandchildren's well-being? The cruelty of the choice he presented was breathtaking, my freedom and dignity versus my family's safety. The very leverage he had counted on from the beginning. There's another option, Michael said suddenly, breaking his silence. One that protects the children while ensuring Mom's independence. Charles's gaze shifted to his son-in-law, displeasure evident. We've discussed this, Michael. There is no viable alternative. Actually, there is, Michael insisted, an unfamiliar resolve in his voice. He turned to me. Mom, may I see the USB drive? Just for a moment. I hesitated, uncertain of his intentions, still not knowing which side he had truly chosen. Trust me, he said quietly. Please. Against my better judgment, I removed the drive from my bag, placing it in his outstretched hand. Michael took it, then reached into his pocket and produced an identical drive, placing both on the table between us. 2 drives, he explained. Identical in appearance, but very different in content. One contains Dad's evidence against Charles, the money laundering, the murder-for-hire connections, everything. The other contains evidence against me alone. Financial crimes, tax evasion, fraud, serious enough for prosecution, for imprisonment, but implicating no one else. Not Charles, not Victoria, not you. Charles's expression darkened. What game are you playing, Michael? No game, Michael replied, meeting his father-in-law's gaze directly. A solution. I take full responsibility for all criminal activities. Charles retires, citing health concerns, withdrawing completely from business operations. Mom retains full independence, financial and personal. The children are protected from both scandal and Charles's influence going forward. Sacrifice yourself? Charles scoffed. For what purpose? You'd lose everything. Your freedom, your reputation, your family. Not everything, Michael countered. I'd retain the one thing you taught me never mattered, my integrity. The naked contempt in my son's voice was startling and profoundly encouraging. For the first time since Thanksgiving, I was seeing the Michael that Richard and I had raised, the man who had been buried beneath years of Harrington influence and corruption. A touching sentiment, Charles said coldly, but ultimately meaningless. You think Victoria would stand by you through federal prosecution? That your children would thrive with a convicted felon for father? That any sacrifice you make would prevent me from continuing my operations through other channels? Perhaps not, Michael acknowledged. But it would give Mom the leverage she needs to ensure the children's future. To break your influence over them. Enough, Korsakoff interrupted, his accent thickening with evident impatience. This discussion is pointless. Mr. Harrington, we should proceed with the original plan. Secure the evidence. Implement the contingency for Mrs. Campbell. The euphemism sent a chill through me. Implement the contingency could only mean one thing, my permanent elimination as a threat. Charles studied me for a long moment, then nodded slightly to Korsakoff. It seems we've reached an impasse. A regrettable outcome, but not unexpected. Korsakoff moved toward me, his intention clear. Michael rose partially from his chair, tension evident in every line of his body. Whatever he had become under Charles's influence, he wasn't prepared to witness his mother's harm, at least not directly. Wait, I said, raising a hand. Richard always valued clarity. Let's be precise about what's happening here. The emergency phrase, useless with a signal jammer activated, but worth attempting nonetheless. And indeed, there was no answering ping from my phone, no indication that the recording had uploaded to Sarah's server. The jammer was working exactly as Charles had claimed. Charles smiled, recognizing my failed attempt. Technology is so unreliable, isn't it? Particularly when countered by superior technology. He gestured to Korsakoff. Proceed. Secure the evidence, then escort Mrs. Campbell to the secondary location. Michael, you're free to leave. Your presence is no longer required. If you touch her, Michael said quietly, I'll destroy you myself. Not with Dad's evidence, but with what I know. What I've documented separately over years working in your organization. Charles's expression flickered with what might have been genuine surprise. You've been collecting your own evidence? Against me? Your family? Insurance, Michael replied, using Charles's own terminology. Something you taught me well. Document everything, protect yourself from all angles. I've been doing exactly that since I realized what you really were. The standoff was interrupted by a soft chime from the intercom on the conference table. Charles frowned, pressing a button. I left explicit instructions not to disturb this meeting. His assistant's voice came through, tense and apologetic. I'm sorry, sir, but there are federal agents in the lobby. FBI and Treasury Department. They're requesting access to the executive floor immediately. The blood drained from Charles's face. What? On what grounds? They have a warrant, sir. For financial records and electronic devices. They mentioned RICO statutes and international money laundering. The room froze in tableau, Charles half risen from his chair. Korsakov paused in his advance toward me. Michael tense and ready to intervene. The moment stretched, reality altering as we absorbed the implications of federal agents with specific warrants entering the building. "It's not possible," Charles said finally, his composure cracking for the first time since I'd known him. "The dead man's switch couldn't have activated. The jammer is working. Unless..." His gaze snapped to Michael. You triggered this." Michael shook his head, appearing as stunned as the rest of us. "I did nothing. This isn't my doing." "Actually," I said, a strange calm settling over me as pieces clicked into place, "I believe it might be mine. Though not intentionally." All eyes turned to me, confusion evident. "When I was preparing to come here," I explained, "I authorized Sarah to implement certain precautions, including contacting an investigative journalist with portions of Richard's evidence if I didn't check in by a specific time." "You were in contact with us until you entered this room," Charles objected. "The jammer would have prevented any signal indicating you were in danger." "Exactly," I agreed. "And the sudden loss of signal after consistent contact would have been Sarah's trigger to act, assuming I'd been prevented from communicating." A backup to the verbal emergency phrase. Charles's expression shifted from disbelief to cold fury. "You stupid woman. Do you have any idea what you've done? The forces you've set in motion?" "I believe I do," I replied, rising slowly from my chair, gathering my bag. "I've triggered the exposure of your criminal enterprise. I've initiated the downfall of the man who sought to control me, who invaded my privacy, who threatened my autonomy and my family." "This isn't just about me," Charles hissed. "There are people behind my operations, powerful people who don't tolerate exposure or betrayal. People who will hold you responsible for this breach." "Perhaps," I acknowledged, "but they'll have to find me first. And unlike you, Charles, I don't have a public profile to maintain, a social standing to protect. I can disappear if necessary, with my grandchildren." The intercom chimed again. "Sir, the agents are on their way up. Security couldn't stop them. They have a federal warrant." Charles straightened, years of projecting respectability and confidence reasserting themselves even as his world began crumbling. "Korsakov, implement Protocol Omega. Now." The Russian nodded once, moving swiftly toward a panel on the wall that I hadn't previously noticed. He pressed his palm against it, revealing a hidden door, an escape route built into the executive suite. "Michael, come," Charles ordered sharply. "Victoria is already at the secondary location with the children. We have contingencies for exactly this scenario." Michael hesitated, clearly torn between self-preservation and something else. Something that looked remarkably like the moral compass Richard and I had tried to instill in him. "Mom," he said, his voice tight with conflict. "Come with us. It's not safe for you here when they realize your connection to all this." I shook my head. "I'm done running, Michael. Done hiding. I've committed no crimes except those Charles fabricated in my name, which your testimony could help clarify." "There's no time for this," Charles snapped. "Michael, now. Or stay and face federal prosecution." Michael looked at me, then at the hidden exit where Charles and Korsakov waited impatiently, then back at me. In his eyes, I could see the war between the man he had become and the son he had once been. "I'm sorry, Mom," he said finally. "For everything. For the surveillance, for the offshore accounts in your name, for not standing up to him sooner." "I know," I replied, my heart breaking even as I accepted his choice. "Take care of the children, Michael. Whatever happens, protect them." He nodded once, then turned toward the escape route. Charles disappeared through the hidden door, Korsakov following closely. Michael paused at the threshold, looking back at me one final time. "The blue drive," he said urgently. "The one on the left. It's the real one, with Dad's evidence. The other is blank. Give it to the federal agents when they arrive." Before I could respond, he was gone, the panel sliding closed behind him, once again appearing to be merely a section of wall. I stood alone in Charles Harrington's opulent office, 2 identical USB drives on the conference table before me, the sound of approaching footsteps in the corridor outside. I picked up the blue drive Michael had indicated, securing it in my bag just as the door burst open and federal agents flooded the room, weapons drawn, shouting commands I could barely process through the shock of what had just transpired. Federal agents. Hands where we can see them. I raised my hand slowly, my mind still reeling from Michael's final revelation, his last-moment choice to provide me with the genuine evidence despite following Charles through the escape route. Mrs. Eleanor Campbell? A woman in a suit approached, holstering her weapon as other agents secured the room. Yes, I confirmed. I've been expecting you, though not quite this dramatically. Special Agent Rebecca Morrison, FBI. We received information about criminal financial activities at this location. Information that appears to have originated from you through a woman named Sarah Williams. That's correct, I said, lowering my hands as the immediate tension eased. I have evidence of Charles Harrington's criminal enterprises, including money laundering and facilitation of murder for hire. I also have evidence that he created fraudulent offshore accounts in my name as leverage against me. Agent Morrison's expression remained professional but interested. We'd like you to accompany us to our field office to provide a formal statement, and any evidence you have would be extremely valuable to our investigation. Of course, I agreed. Though you should know, Charles Harrington, Dmitry Korsakov, and my son Michael Campbell have just escaped through a hidden exit in that wall. They're likely heading to what they called a secondary location, where my daughter-in-law and grandchildren are waiting. Morrison immediately radioed this information to her team, triggering a flurry of activity as agents examined the wall panel, attempting to trigger the hidden door. Mrs. Campbell, Morrison said, returning her attention to me. Do you have any idea where this secondary location might be? Any properties, safe houses, private residences that Harrington might use in an emergency? I thought of the countless social events Victoria had mentioned over the years, the properties referenced in casual conversation. There's a hunting lodge in the Adirondacks, a private island in the Caribbean, a compound in Switzerland. But those are known properties. Charles would be too smart to use something traceable to him. What about your grandchildren? Morrison pressed. Any idea where your daughter-in-law might take them? School events, favorite locations, places mentioned in conversation. I was about to shake my head when a memory surfaced. James, excited about his father's promise of a trip to the castle in the woods during summer break. Madeline explaining with elder sibling superiority that it wasn't a real castle, just a house that looked like one. There's a property upstate, I said slowly. The children call it the castle in the woods. I've never been there, but Michael mentioned once that it belonged to a Harrington family corporation rather than Charles directly. Said it was off the official books. Morrison immediately relayed this information, adding, "Priority is locating and securing the children. Consider the adult suspects armed and dangerous." As agents continued working to access the hidden exit, Morrison escorted me from the building to a waiting federal vehicle. The lobby was controlled chaos. Agents interviewing employees, securing computers and files, preventing anyone from leaving before being questioned. "Your friend Sarah Williams is at the field office," Morrison informed me as we drove through midday traffic. She provided the initial information that triggered our investigation, including documentation apparently compiled by your late husband. "Richard," I confirmed, a wave of emotion washing over me at the thought that his meticulous work was finally serving its intended purpose. He discovered Charles's criminal activities years ago, documented everything. I only found his evidence recently. His documentation, combined with financial records we've been monitoring independently, gave us probable cause for today's raid, Morrison explained. We've had Harrington under surveillance for months, but lacked the specific evidence linking him directly to the financial crimes. Your husband's work provided that missing piece. At the FBI field office, a nondescript government building that belied the dramatic work conducted within, Sarah was waiting, her face lighting with relief when she saw me. "Thank God," she exclaimed, embracing me tightly. "When your signal cut out and didn't return, I implemented the contingency plan just as we discussed. I called the journalist, then the FBI contact Jim provided. I wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing." "You did exactly right," I assured her. Charles had a signal jammer. The emergency phrase would never have worked. "Mrs. Campbell," Morrison interrupted gently. "We need to take your formal statement now and examine any evidence you've brought with you." For the next several hours, I detailed everything: the Thanksgiving confrontation, the discovery of surveillance devices, Michael's confession about Charles's criminal enterprises, the fraudulent offshore accounts created in my name, the blackmail attempt, and finally, Charles's escape with Korsakov and Michael through the hidden exit in his office. I provided the USB drive Michael had identified as containing Richard's genuine evidence, along with the printed documents I'd brought to the confrontation. Agents copied everything, asking detailed questions about specific transactions, names, dates. Throughout the debriefing, I kept checking my phone, hoping for some word from Michael, some indication of where he and the children might be. But there was nothing. Only updates from Agent Morrison about the ongoing investigation. "We've identified the property you mentioned, a private estate registered to a shell corporation with ties to Harrington.
Teams are en route now.
We've also frozen all accounts associated with Harrington, his family members, and his known business entities." "My grandchildren," I pressed. "When you find them, their safety is our highest priority," Morrison assured me. "We understand they're innocent in all this. When located, they'll be placed in protective custody until we can determine the appropriate guardian arrangement." The implication was clear. With both parents potentially facing criminal charges, custody of Madeline and James would become a complex legal matter. As their grandmother, I might have a claim, but nothing was certain in the chaos Charles Harrington had created. Night had fallen by the time the debriefing concluded. Sarah insisted I stay with her rather than returning to my apartment, which federal agents were now examining for evidence of surveillance and tampering. "It's not over," she warned as we drove through darkened streets. "Charles Harrington doesn't seem like the type to go quietly, and there are apparently powerful people behind his operations who might view you as responsible for their exposure." "I know," I acknowledged, exhaustion settling into my bones now that the adrenaline of the day had faded. "But I couldn't continue living under his control, Sarah. Not after everything he's done. Not knowing what he planned for my grandchildren's future." At Sarah's house, we sat in her kitchen drinking tea neither of us wanted, jumping at every sound, checking our phones compulsively for updates from Agent Morrison. Around midnight, the call finally came. "Mrs. Campbell." Morrison's voice was professionally neutral. "We've located the property. There was evidence of recent occupancy, but the premises were empty when our teams arrived. It appears Harrington and the others left in haste, personal belongings abandoned, vehicles still in the garage." My heart sank. "No sign of the children?" "No," Morrison confirmed. "But we found something you should know about." The property contained a significant communications center, encrypted systems, international connections, and documentation suggesting preparations for new identities. Passports, financial accounts, educational records, all recently created. "For Charles and Korsakov?" I asked. "For all of them," Morrison replied, "including your grandchildren." It appears Harrington was prepared for exactly this contingency: complete disappearance, new identities, new lives outside U.S. jurisdiction. The implications struck like a physical blow. Charles hadn't been bluffing about having contingency plans. He had been prepared to vanish completely, taking my grandchildren with him to some jurisdiction beyond the reach of U.S. law enforcement. "Do you have any idea where they might have gone?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. "We're exploring all possibilities," Morrison said, her professional tone softening slightly. "International alerts have been issued. Financial intelligence units worldwide are monitoring for activity matching known Harrington patterns. We will find them, Mrs. Campbell." After the call ended, I sat in numb silence, the magnitude of what had happened, what was still unfolding, finally hitting me fully. My son was a fugitive. My grandchildren were missing, potentially being taken to some unknown location with new identities. Charles Harrington, though exposed and under pursuit, was still at large with resources and connections most people couldn't imagine. "What now?" Sarah asked quietly. "I don't know," I admitted. "Wait for news? Hope that Michael puts the children's welfare above loyalty to Charles?" Pray that federal agents find them before they leave the country. The helplessness was suffocating. After all the courage it had taken to stand up to Charles, to refuse his blackmail, to trigger the exposure of his criminal empire, I was once again reduced to waiting, to hoping, to depending on others for outcomes I couldn't control. Sleep was impossible. Sarah and I maintained a vigil in her living room, television tuned to 24-hour news where reports of the Harrington financial scandal were beginning to emerge, carefully worded stories about federal investigation into alleged financial improprieties that hinted at the magnitude of what was unfolding without revealing the full scope. By dawn, more details had leaked, references to international money laundering and connections to sanctioned Russian oligarchs. Financial analysts speculated about the impact on markets, on institutions connected to Harrington investments, on charitable foundations that had received Harrington funding. The Harrington Foundation Gala, scheduled for that evening, became a focus of particular attention. Would it proceed despite its founder being under federal investigation? Would the social elite who had clamored for invitations still attend now that Charles Harrington's carefully constructed facade of respectability was crumbling? They should cancel it, Sarah said, watching the coverage with disgust. The whole thing was just a front for laundering money and influence anyway. They won't, I replied, a thought forming as I stared at footage of the Metropolitan Club being prepared for the evening's event. The foundation board will distance themselves from Charles, claim ignorance of any improprieties, and proceed as planned to demonstrate their legitimacy. How can you be sure? Because that's what I would do in their position, I explained. Cancel, and you appear guilty by association. Proceed while publicly denouncing any knowledge of wrongdoing, and you maintain plausible deniability. As predicted, by mid-morning the foundation had issued a statement. Charles Harrington had resigned from the board effective immediately. The gala would proceed as planned with proceeds dedicated to transparency in international finance, and the foundation was cooperating fully with federal authorities. I stared at the television, an idea taking shape. Wild, perhaps even dangerous, but potentially effective. The gala, I said slowly. It's the one predictable element in all this chaos. The one event with a fixed time and location that everyone associated with the Harrington world knows about. What are you thinking? Sarah asked, wariness in her tone. I'm thinking about who might attend despite everything, I replied. Who might see it as an opportunity rather than a liability.
Victoria, Sarariela.
You think she might appear? With federal agents looking for her and the children. Not openly, I clarified. But Victoria's entire identity is wrapped up in her social standing, her position in that world. The gala is her crowning achievement each year, the event that cements her status. Abandoning it completely, especially if she believes she can observe from a distance, assess the damage to her social position. It's a stretch, Sarah said doubtfully. A huge risk for her. Yes, I agreed. But Victoria has always been willing to take calculated risks for status. And if she's there, the children might be nearby. She wouldn't leave them with Charles and Korsakov, not when she could keep them under her direct control. I reached for my phone, dialing Agent Morrison's number. When she answered, I explained my theory, without preamble. It's speculative, Morrison acknowledged after listening, but worth exploring. We already plan to have agents at the gala, monitoring for any Harrington associates who might have information. Adding surveillance for Victoria Campbell specifically is reasonable. I want to be there, I said, the decision crystallizing as I spoke. If Victoria is observing from somewhere nearby, she might respond to my presence. The children know me, might call out or try to reach me if they spot me. Absolutely not, Morrison replied firmly. This is an active federal investigation involving potentially dangerous suspects. We can't have civilians inserting themselves. I'm not just any civilian, I interrupted. I'm the grandmother of those missing children, the mother of one suspect and mother-in-law of another. I know their patterns, their behaviors, their likely reactions in ways your agents can't possibly anticipate. Mrs. Campbell. And, I continued, pressing my advantage, I was invited to the gala by Charles Harrington himself. My presence wouldn't raise suspicions the way additional federal agents might. A long pause followed. "Let me discuss this with my supervisor," Morrison said finally. "I'll call you back." After hanging up, Sarah stared at me with a mixture of admiration and concern. "You're really going to walk into that viper's nest? After everything that's happened? For Madeline and James?" "Yes." The certainty I felt was absolute. I stood up to Charles Harrington in his own territory yesterday. I can certainly handle a charity gala today. Morrison called back within the hour. "Against my better judgment, my supervisor has approved your presence at the gala, with strict conditions. You'll wear a concealed communication device at all times. You'll be accompanied by an agent posing as your escort. You will not approach any suspects directly if identified. You will follow all instructions from operational command immediately and without question." "Agreed," I said promptly. "This isn't a game, Mrs. Campbell," Morrison added, her tone deadly serious. "If Victoria Campbell is present, if the children are nearby, we need to proceed with extreme caution. Their safety is paramount, which means no heroics, no independent actions. Do you understand?" "Perfectly," I assured her. "I want my grandchildren safe above all else." The rest of the day passed in a blur of preparation. Agent Morrison arrived at Sarah's house with a female agent who would help me prepare for the evening, selecting appropriate attire, the same emerald gown I'd worn to the previous Harrington event, fitting the concealed communication device, a custom earring that would allow me to hear transmissions while a miniature microphone sewn into my gown's neckline would capture anything I said. My escort for the evening would be Agent Thomas Reed, a veteran undercover operative who arrived looking perfectly at ease in formal attire, his manner suggesting old money and social confidence. "Remember," Morrison instructed as final preparations were completed, "your only role is to be visible. To be present in case Victoria or the children observe the gala. You are eyes and ears only, not an active participant in any apprehension." "I understand," I repeated, though privately I knew my priorities were clear. If I saw an opportunity to secure my grandchildren's safety, I would take it. Federal protocols be damned. Sarah hugged me tightly before I left. "Be careful," she whispered. "Those children need their grandmother in one piece." The Metropolitan Club was transformed for the evening, floral arrangements, lighting, music creating an atmosphere of refined celebration that seemed surreal given the day's events. Media trucks lined the street outside, reporters hoping for glimpses of arriving guests, for comments on the Harrington scandal now dominating news cycles. Agent Reed escorted me past the press line with practiced ease, his hand at my elbow projecting proprietary affection for any watching eyes. Inside, the crowd was smaller than typical for the Foundation's marquee event, but still substantial, the social elite demonstrating their resilience, their ability to distance themselves from scandal while maintaining appearances. "Quite a turnout despite everything," Reed murmured as we accepted champagne from a passing server. "The wealthy are remarkably adaptable when their social standing is at stake." "They're here to establish their distance from Charles," I observed, scanning the room for familiar faces. To be seen condemning him while supporting the legitimate work of the Foundation. Through my concealed earpiece, I could hear occasional updates from the operational command center established nearby, reports from agents positioned throughout the venue, from surveillance teams monitoring approaches to the building, from analysts tracking digital communications associated with known Harrington contacts. Possible sighting of target vehicle 3 blocks east, came one such update. Dark SUV with tinted windows matching description from upstate property. Moving into position to confirm. My pulse quickened. Could it be Victoria? Charles? Michael? The uncertainty was excruciating as Reed and I circulated through the gala, exchanging pleasantries with guests who had no idea of my connection to the scandal unfolding around their beloved Foundation. An hour into the event, as dinner was about to be served, a familiar face appeared near the entrance. Victoria's mother, Elaine Harrington, looking strained despite her immaculate appearance. She moved through the crowd with the practiced grace of old money, accepting condolences and expressions of shock with dignified restraint. "Target's mother has arrived," Reed murmured into his concealed microphone. "Potential contact opportunity. Approach but maintain distance," came the response in our earpieces. Observe interactions, communication patterns. Reed guided me casually toward Elaine's vicinity, positioning us at a nearby table with clear sight lines to her location. I hadn't spoken directly with Victoria's mother more than a handful of times over the years. She had always maintained the same cool distance as her daughter, treating me as regrettably necessary but socially irrelevant. Now, catching sight of me across the dining room, her expression flickered with something beyond the usual disdain. Alarm, perhaps, or calculation. She whispered something to her companion, then rose and moved purposefully toward the ladies' lounge. Target's mother is moving, Reed reported. Appears reactive to Campbell's presence. Follow, came the immediate instruction. Female agent will intercept in ladies' lounge. Reed nodded subtly to an elegant woman in a midnight blue gown who had been circulating nearby. Another agent, I realized, positioned specifically for such a situation. She followed Elaine's path casually, while Reed and I maintained our position, alert for any response to this development. Minutes later, the agent's voice came through our earpieces. Target's mother is making a call from a stall. Audio insufficient for content, but urgent tone. She's warning Victoria, I whispered to Reed. Telling her I'm here. Likely, he agreed. Which could work in our favor if Victoria reacts impulsively. Another update from outside the venue. SUV previously identified is now parked in service alley behind northeast corner of building. No movement observed.
Maintaining surveillance.
The pieces were aligning. Elaine's reaction to my presence, the suspicious vehicle, the service entrance away from media and general attendance. Victoria might indeed be nearby, perhaps even preparing to enter through service areas to observe the gala's proceedings undetected. When Elaine returned from the ladies' lounge, her composure was visibly strained. She spoke briefly to her dinner companions, then gathered her evening bag and wrap, clearly preparing to depart despite the meal just beginning to be served. Target's mother is exiting, Reed reported. Earlier than would be socially acceptable under normal circumstances. Follow, came the command. All units alert for rendezvous possibilities. Reed and I made our excuses to tablemates, following Elaine at a discreet distance as she moved toward the main exit. Outside, she bypassed the valets, walking purposefully around the corner of the building toward a side street, away from media attention, away from the main entrance's visibility. Maintaining visual, Reed murmured as we followed, his casual arm around my waist disguising our surveillance, as a couple seeking privacy. Elaine turned another corner, heading toward the service area at the building's rear where the suspicious SUV had been reported. As we approached the corner, Reed held me back, signaling for silence as he peered cautiously around the building's edge. Target's mother approaching SUV, he reported quietly. Rear passenger door opening. Visual on female subject matching Victoria Campbell's description. Appears to be receiving information from Target's mother. My heart raced. Victoria was here, just as I'd theorized. But were the children with her? Was Michael, Charles, and Korsakov? All units maintain positions, came the command. Do not approach until children's presence confirmed. Repeat, hold positions until visual confirmation of minors. The agonizing wait continued as Reed provided updates on the interaction between Elaine and Victoria. Urgent conversation, gestures toward the Metropolitan Club, clear agitation from both women. Then, movement within the SUV caught Reed's attention. Movement in vehicle. Small figure visible in rear window. Possible child. Cannot confirm identity from this position. I couldn't restrain myself any longer. Before Reed could stop me, I stepped around the corner, moving directly into view of the SUV and its occupants. Eleanor, stand down. Morrison's voice commanded in my earpiece. Return to covered position immediately. I ignored the order, walking steadily toward the vehicle where Victoria was now staring at me with undisguised shock. Through the tinted rear window, I could see a small face pressed to the glass. James, his expression lighting with recognition. Grandma. His voice was muffled but audible as he tapped the window excitedly. Victoria spun toward the vehicle, hissing something to whoever was inside, likely instructions to restrain James, to prevent further exposure. But it was too late. The rear door opened slightly, and Madeline's face appeared in the gap, her eyes wide with confusion and what looked like relief. "All units move in," came the immediate command through my earpiece. "Children confirmed present. Secure the vehicle and occupants." Everything happened with dizzying speed after that. Federal agents appeared from multiple positions, surrounding the SUV with weapons drawn. Victoria froze, caught between the vehicle and the approaching authorities. Elaine backed away, hands raised, already beginning to distance herself from her daughter's situation. Federal agents. Hands where we can see them. Exit the vehicle slowly. I remained where I was, focused entirely on my grandchildren's faces in the vehicle's window. James was still pressing against the glass, confusion replacing his initial excitement as he registered the armed agents surrounding them. Madeline had disappeared from view, pulled back inside by someone. Michael? Charles? Korsakov? Grandma? James called again, his voice frightened now. "What's happening?" Before I could respond, before the federal agents could complete their approach to the vehicle, the driver's door burst open and a figure lunged out. Dmitry Korsakov, moving with surprising speed for his size, a weapon visible in his hand. "Gun!" shouted an agent. "Drop the weapon. Drop it now." Korsakov ignored the commands, raising his gun toward the nearest agent. The sharp crack of gunfire split the night, multiple shots from federal agents responding to the immediate threat. Korsakov crumpled to the ground, his weapon clattering on the pavement. Chaos erupted. Victoria screamed, dropping to a crouch beside the SUV. Agents swarmed the vehicle from all sides, shouting commands, attempting to secure the remaining occupants without further violence. Children inside. "Hold fire! Hold fire!" Agent Reed had reached me by then, physically pulling me back toward the building's cover. "Stay down," he ordered, positioning himself between me and the unfolding scene. Through gaps in the agents surrounding the SUV, I caught glimpses of the rear door being opened fully, of a federal agent carefully extracting James, of another reaching for Madeline. Then Michael emerged, hands raised, face ashen but composed as he was secured and moved away from the vehicle. No sign of Charles Harrington. "Where is he?" I asked Reed urgently. "Charles should be with them." Reed shook his head, listening to updates through his earpiece. "Vehicle secure. 3 adult occupants confirmed, Michael Campbell, Victoria Campbell, and the deceased Korsakov. 2 children secured and unharmed. No sign of Charles Harrington." "He has to be here," I insisted. He wouldn't let them travel separately. He wouldn't relinquish control of the situation. Unless Charles had already separated from the group. Unless he had already implemented another layer of his contingency plan, leaving Michael, Victoria, and the children to function as diversions while he escaped through other channels. Agent Morrison appeared beside us, her formal attire incongruous with the tactical gear worn by the agents, securing the scene. "Mrs. Campbell, we need to get you away from here immediately. The children are safe. They're being taken to a secure location where you can be reunited with them after processing." "Charles Harrington," I pressed. "He's not in the vehicle. Where is he?" "We don't know yet," Morrison admitted. "But every law enforcement agency in the country is looking for him. Every international border is on alert. His accounts are frozen, his properties under surveillance. He won't get far." But I wasn't so certain. A man with Charles's resources, connections, and preparation wouldn't be easily captured, not if he had planned for this contingency as meticulously as everything else in his operation. As Morrison escorted me toward a waiting federal vehicle, I caught sight of Michael being led to a separate car, hands cuffed behind him. Our eyes met briefly across the chaotic scene. My son, Richard's son, now officially in federal custody for crimes committed under Charles Harrington's influence. His expression was complex, regret, certainly, but also something that looked remarkably like peace. As if being caught, being held accountable, had lifted a burden he'd carried too long. "The children," he called out as agents prepared to place him in the vehicle. "Let them stay with my mother. Please. She's the only one not corrupted by all this." An agent nodded noncommittally, neither promising nor refusing this request as Michael was secured in the car. Victoria, being led to yet another vehicle, looked shell-shocked, her perfect composure finally shattered by the reality of her father's exposure, her husband's arrest, her security collapsing around her. "Eleanor," she said as she passed, her voice barely audible. "The children. I'll protect them. I promised," the animosity between us temporarily suspended by the shared concern for Madeline and James. "Whatever happens, I'll make sure they're safe." She nodded once, then was led away, the Harrington-Campbell empire crumbling with each step. In the federal vehicle, Morrison updated me on what would happen next. Madeline and James would be evaluated by child welfare specialists, their immediate needs assessed. Given the circumstances, temporary custody would likely be granted to me as their closest relative not implicated in criminal activity. "What about long-term?" I asked, my mind already racing ahead to the practical realities of caring for two traumatized children whose parents faced serious federal charges. "That will depend on multiple factors," Morrison replied honestly. "Court proceedings, determinations about your son and daughter-in-law's legal situation, evaluation of your capacity to provide appropriate care. But given your relationship with the children and your cooperation with this investigation, I'd say your position is favorable." 3 hours later, in a bland government building far from the chaos of the Metropolitan Club, I was finally reunited with Madeline and James. They rushed into my arms the moment they saw me, their small bodies trembling with confusion and fear. "Grandma, why are all these people asking questions?" James whispered against my neck. "Where's Daddy? Where's Mommy?" A lady said they had to go away for a while. "Where's Grandfather?" Madeline asked, her perceptiveness both a blessing and a curse in this situation. "He was supposed to meet us, but then he didn't come and Daddy seemed worried, and then there were policemen with guns." I held them close, these innocent casualties of Charles Harrington's ambition and their parents' compromised choices. "It's complicated, my darlings. Your parents are helping some important people understand some grown-up problems. And for now, you're going to stay with me. Would that be all right?" James nodded enthusiastically, his resilience remarkable despite everything. "In your new apartment? With our bunk beds and the dinosaur sheets?" "Exactly," I confirmed, smoothing his rumpled hair. "In your very own room that's been waiting for you." Madeline studied my face with that unnerving perception. "Is Daddy in trouble?" He seemed scared when Grandfather didn't come to the meeting place. I chose my words carefully, aware that these children deserved truth, but also protection from its harshest edges. "Your father is dealing with some difficult situations right now. He made some mistakes, but he also tried to fix them at the end. And he loves you both very, very much." "Are we in trouble too?" James asked anxiously. "Because we were supposed to go on a big airplane to a new place, but Daddy said the plans changed and then everything got scary. The planned escape, the new identities Charles had prepared, the lives these children had nearly been forced into without understanding what was happening." "You're not in trouble at all," I assured him. "You're safe now. You're with me. And I promise, no more big airplanes to strange places, no more scary surprises." A social worker approached, explaining that temporary custody paperwork had been expedited given the unusual circumstances. "You can take them home tonight, Mrs. Campbell. An agent will escort you and remain outside your apartment building for security purposes. We'll need to schedule follow-up visits, of course, and there will be court hearings to determine permanent arrangements." Home. My new apartment, with its carefully prepared children's room. The home I had created in defiance of Charles Harrington's attempts to control me, to diminish me. The home that would now shelter these children from the storm their parents and grandfather had created. As we left the building, Madeline holding my hand tightly, James carried drowsily in the arms of our federal escort, I felt the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. These children had already experienced too much upheaval, too much adult chaos. They deserved stability, security, the childhood their parents' choices had placed at risk. "Will we see Mommy and Daddy soon?" Madeline asked as we drove through darkened streets toward my apartment. "I hope so, sweetheart," I replied, knowing that the reality would be complicated, supervised visits, prison regulations, the long process of legal proceedings that lay ahead. "But no matter what happens, you will always have me." Always. In the days and weeks that followed, the full scope of Charles Harrington's criminal empire unfolded across news cycles, court filings, and financial investigations. The man himself remained at large. Those sightings were reported from locations as diverse as Switzerland, Argentina, and Indonesia, the worldwide manhunt continuing without resolution. Michael cooperated fully with federal prosecutors, providing detailed testimony about Charles's operations, about his own gradual entanglement in criminal activities, about the pressure and manipulation that had corrupted his values over years of Harrington influence. His cooperation, combined with his last-minute decision to provide me with a genuine evidence USB drive, earned him consideration in charging decisions, still serious federal crimes, still the likelihood of imprisonment, but with the possibility of eventual release, eventual reunion with his children. Victoria, less cooperative initially, eventually accepted a plea agreement that acknowledged her lesser role in the financial crimes while still holding her accountable for knowledge and facilitation. Her pristine social image was shattered. Her carefully constructed world of status and privilege collapsed around her. The children adjusted to life in my apartment with the remarkable resilience of youth, nightmares and questions interspersed with moments of ordinary childhood joy, of rediscovered security in routines and boundaries, and unconditional love. One evening, nearly a month after the dramatic confrontation at the Metropolitan Club, as I tucked James into his dinosaur-sheeted bunk bed, he asked the question that had clearly been troubling him. "Grandma, are you rich now? Grandfather said you won lots of money, but then he said bad people might take it away. Will they take our bunk beds too?" I sat beside him, smoothing his cowlick with gentle fingers. "No one is taking your bunk beds, sweetheart. Or anything else that matters. Some of the money is complicated right now, grown-up legal things being sorted out. But we have everything we need." "But grandfather said—" "Your grandfather," I interrupted carefully, sometimes said things that weren't quite true, especially about money and who it belonged to. From the lower bunk, Madeline's voice drifted up. "Grandfather was a bad man, wasn't he? That's why the police are looking for him. That's why Daddy has to stay away for now." The perception of children, cutting through adult evasions to the heart of truth. "Yes," I acknowledged, knowing they deserved honesty. "Your grandfather made bad choices. He hurt people with those choices. But that doesn't mean you are anything like him. You are your own wonderful selves, with your own chances to make good choices." "Like you did," Madeline said with certainty. "Daddy told me before they took him away. He said you were brave when grandfather tried to scare you. He said you did the right thing even when it was hard." Tears threatened at this evidence that Michael, despite everything, had tried to give his children a moral compass in his final moments with them. That he had acknowledged my stand against Charles Harrington's corruption. "I tried," I said simply. "Just as your father tried, in the end, to do the right thing too." Later that night, as the children slept in their bunk beds, I sat in my living room watching the financial news. Reports of continued unraveling of Harrington-connected enterprises, of international investigations into money laundering networks, of assets being seized and redistributed. My phone rang. Agent Morrison, calling with an update I hadn't expected. "Mrs. Campbell, we've traced significant financial transfers made the day before the raid on Harrington's offices. Transfers that appear to have been authorized by your son, moving substantial sums from Harrington-controlled accounts to a series of trusts." "Trusts?" I echoed, confused. "For whom?" "For your grandchildren," Morrison replied. "And, surprisingly for you, clean money, as far as our forensic accountants can determine, legitimate investment returns, not proceeds from criminal activities. Your son appears to have been quietly separating legitimate funds from Harrington's criminal proceeds for years, creating a financial firewall of sorts." The revelation stunned me. Michael, even while participating in Charles's criminal enterprises, had been preparing a legitimate financial foundation for his children, and for me, had been creating a lifeboat of clean money that could survive the collapse of the Harrington empire. "Is it legal for us to access these funds?" I asked cautiously. "That's still being determined," Morrison admitted. "But preliminary indications suggest yes." Your son structured these trusts with remarkable legal precision, ensuring they wouldn't be vulnerable to asset seizure if the Harrington operations were exposed. After the call ended, I sat in the darkened living room, absorbing the implications of this new information. Michael, my son, Richard's son, had not been completely corrupted by Charles Harrington's influence. He had maintained some moral core, some commitment to protecting his children and his mother even as he participated in criminal activities. It wasn't redemption, exactly. The crimes were real, the harm done substantial, the consequences deserved. But it was evidence that the values Richard and I had instilled hadn't been completely eradicated, had perhaps lain dormant, waiting for the right moment to reassert themselves. 6 months later, as summer warmth gave way to autumn crispness, I finally embarked on the European trip Richard and I had planned so many years ago, not alone as I had originally envisioned, but with Madeline and James beside me. The court had granted me permanent guardianship, acknowledging both parents' support of this arrangement during their ongoing legal proceedings. We stood together at the Trevi Fountain in Rome, the children tossing coins and making wishes as tourists had done for generations. James wished openly for ice cream. Madeline kept her wish private, her expression thoughtful as she watched her coin disappear beneath the water's surface. "What did you wish for?" I asked gently, knowing she wouldn't tell me if it mattered deeply to her. She considered for a moment, then shrugged with unexpected openness. "For Daddy to be home by Christmas. But I know wishes don't really work that way." "No," I agreed, putting an arm around her slender shoulders. "They don't. But love does. And your father loves you both very much. That's one thing that hasn't changed and won't change, no matter what else happens." As we continued our exploration of the Eternal City, following the itinerary Richard had mapped out so meticulously, discovering new wonders around each corner, I reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought us here. From the humiliation at Thanksgiving dinner to the dramatic confrontation at the Metropolitan Club, from discovery of surveillance devices to guardianship of my grandchildren, a transformation I could never have imagined when Michael had mockingly referenced my allowance. Charles Harrington remained at large, his global connections and resources enabling a disappearance that continued to frustrate international law enforcement. But his power over my family was broken, his influence on my grandchildren severed, his ability to control and diminish me permanently ended. That evening, as the children slept in our hotel suite, exhausted from a day of exploration, I sat on the balcony overlooking the Roman skyline, a glass of wine in hand. I raised it slightly, a silent toast to Richard, to his foresight in documenting Charles's crimes, to his belief in my strength when I had doubted it myself. "You were right," I whispered to the night air, to the husband who had seen in me what I hadn't yet recognized. I was stronger than I knew. The path ahead would not be simple, raising grandchildren while navigating their parents' legal situations, managing the financial complexities left in the wake of the Harrington Empire's collapse, remaining vigilant against potential threats from Charles or his associates. But I face these challenges now from a position of power rather than vulnerability. No longer the widow to be mocked at family gatherings, no longer the mother dependent on her son's charity. Instead, I had become what Charles Harrington had feared most, a woman who could not be controlled, could not be diminished, could not be eliminated as a problem. In winning the lottery, I had gained financial independence. But in standing against Charles Harrington's corruption and manipulation, I had reclaimed something far more valuable: my dignity, my autonomy, and, most importantly, my family's future. As James had innocently observed months earlier, justice had indeed been the sweetest dish served at Thanksgiving. And its flavor had only improved with time.